Ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. I have updated the document a little bit. That's one of the things I did this morning. To try and get a little bit more up to date on that. So where are we? Where are we? That's not it. Go away. Go away. No. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Raru. Okay, this is actually exactly where I want to be. I already did that, thanks. You, talk to me. Follows fails, use fire. Okay, we kind of already did that. That's a healer. Heart is in North Castle Field. Already got that. Oh, tons of the time. Try actually ignoring the fact that I think that's pretty normal human behavior. Every now and again, you just make a mistake, right? And that mistake is something you pay for years. Actual years. That's just how that is. Yeah, bedtime routine. Alright, how many horrible, dumb things I do today? Ugh. Yeah, someone not do that. That's, you know what? Yeah, actually, yes. No, legitimately, Blade Javal. People, this is true. There is a running theory, it is not proven, because most mental sciences aren't proven, that people who are wrong in the head, narcissistic or sociopathic or whatever, don't have an internal dialogue. And part of that internal dialogue is acknowledging the faults and mistakes of the past. So first is southeast. I've already got that. Okay. Just double checking all these. I should probably stop jumping so much. Okay, and there's our teleport spot. Book, ask my friend on Whale Isle. Okay. Okay. Let's go do this first then. So this should be Ruto. Yep, okay, cool. Only the hammer can destroy Boulder. I mean, yeah, exactly, remember. Good morning, Walker. See, Walker, he's cool. Nothing wrong with him. Hopefully. Right, Walker? Right? Oh, no. Walker, put down the knife, please. Please, Walker, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Second is southwest. Okay, I already wrote that one down. I'm missing some hints, and I'm not sure where they are. I wish Action Man was here to help me out here. I actually did find a walkthrough for this game, but it's a full walkthrough, which means the only way to figure out where these stupid things are would be to go through all of them. And that's how we got to the thing. We've already done that. We've already done that. That's our save point. Do not go south without a candle. Hello, young fellow. Hey, listen, the actual overworld thing. By the way, Blinto, you were like, Lore, you're dumb. Wrong. Stupid. I hate you. You remember that? No, that's how I remember it. Anyways, you were asking what, like, new stuff there is? I'm still not 100% sure what actually triggers it. But one of the new items you can get in the game is bait. Which, near as I can tell, makes it so that enemies don't come to you. Like that, see? I just drop the bait automatically, and now the enemies go over there, so I don't have to deal with them. If I don't want to. Also, obviously, all of the islands I'm doing right now are new. Hey, TSB. Happy Wednesday. Did I already get the heart piece? I did. Okay, cool, cool. Stupid thing. Go away, go away. Go away. Ah! I don't make my cats jump just for this. Okay, I'll accept that. I'll accept that too. There's a really big ocean we're sailing across in a frickin' raft. Like, if you think about it. I still haven't figured out how I trigger the bait. Like, I did it just there. Why didn't I do it earlier? Now, here's the Whale Island. This is what I was going for. Hey, offshore Twitch account. Andrew wants you to have this. Take it. We got a book. I have nothing else to give you. Okay. We got literacy. And thank you, offshore Twitch account. Give me a moment. Oh, God, TSB. Boy, that unlocked a primal memory. Was that Civ 2 that did that? Ugh. Let's see. Blood Money R. Splitters. And Simpsons. Hit and Run. Done. Okay, let's see here. So actually, I'm going to glance at the walkthrough for just a second, because there's something I know I'm missing. There it is. Okay. And I also want to go there. And figure out what's going on with that. Okay, so I've got 3 things to do before we progress to the Ocean Palace. Listen, literacy's optional, okay? I mean, that would be pretty freaky, I'm not gonna lie to you, Trax, yeah. Yeah, I don't even remember Water Units being in Civ 1. I feel like they were there, but I can't even say that definitively. Alright, so while we're here, let's get our 3rd hint. Let's pull up the hint log here. Pretty sure I have all 3 of these hints, but I'm just being thorough with this one, because I'm missing 2 hints, and I don't know which hints I'm missing. And he's not here. So how do I get his hint? Oh, man. Roll a circle, ask the wise man. I'm trying to! He's not there! God, old woman. Maybe this guy will. Probably not, though. Okay. So there's no hint in this town? Yeah, randos are considered their own games off their Twitch account. For obvious reasons, really. How about this guy? Okay, we already talked to him. There's our healers. There's our save. And that's it. Where the hell's the hint of this town? Listen, if you don't invent something, Mook, you're just garbage. Clearly. Actually, I think part of it, this is presumption, is that a lot of human society circles around the idea of things being derivative as a bad thing. In other words, you know, there's a reason why we use terms like Doom clone or Command & Conquer clone as negatives, right? Protect, reflect, heal, fire. Protect, reflect, heal, fire. Good morning, Blue Dragon AC. Did I already say that? Oh, geez. Yeah, let's refill our mana. Hello. New shield. I'll take that. Well, I mean, that's also why I tend to keep track of the difference between an innovator and a codifier. Also, statistically speaking, it's almost always better to be a codifier than an innovator. Like, financially. I mean, how many people remember Maze War? Yeah, exactly, Mook. Maze War is arguably the first FPS. I say arguably because I've talked about this concept before. The further back you go, the harder it is to define a genre of video game that concretely. Because most of the earliest video games were just kind of functional, right? With not a lot of game there. I should heal while I'm there. Like, what's the first video game? A lot of people say it's Tennis for Two. But even that's debatable. Wow, that's a lot, TSB. I'm actually surprised by that. I'm still mad we just got swept by the Mongols when we were playing Civ 1, but... And honestly, that was probably for the best. We'd already seen pretty much everything the game had to offer. Now, Civ 2 will play longer. Because Civ 2 is more of a game. Actually, yeah, Blue Dragon EXE, unironically. Blue Dragon EXE just asked if I will never replay Zelda 2 original, and I won't. I'm done with it. I'm 100% done with it. I beat it without cheats, on camera, reviewed it, we're good. Would I replay this version? Yeah. Like, it's not, I'm not going to lie and say it's high on my priority list. What was the first 4X game? That's a good question. That's another debatable. I never did figure out what to do with this guy. Master is in woods north of river. I already did that, actually. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. I might have actually done this correctly. Give me... I know this looks weird, but this is the quickest and easiest way to do this. Just trust me. Trust me. Trust me, Space Cadet. Trust me. No. No, please. Why do you keep picking up the knife? I'm sorry. There we go. So, this is arguably the first strategy game right here. Unfortunately, it looks like I didn't write down the name. Oh, jeez, that's loud. Here it is. Reach for the Stars. There it is. This is old. This is, yeah. Nice, Walker. Congrats. There's another one, which may not show up on this. I may not have put it in here. Nope. Okay. I didn't. Because then we get to North and South, which is 80s at this point. But yeah, Reach for the Stars is quite old. There it is. This came out in, dramatic pause, 83 on the Apple II and the Commodore 64. There's another one I'm trying to find here. Yeah, no, it's an old game. It's also got a graph. Trying to find it. There's another one that is arguably one of the firsts. Is this it? Hang on. Is this it? How about this? Is this it? Oh my god. Okay, I think I found it. I think I found it. Yeah, here it is. Empire, which came out in 77 on the PDP-10. The thing is, Empire is so, like... So, you know how I just talked about the further back you go, the harder it is to define a genre? Empire isn't a 4X game, or an RTS, or anything. It's a strategy game. Calling it anything else is just being is being inaccurate at that point, you know? Because there's just too little actual depth to the game to qualify as anything other than being a strategy game. I know, Bagu. Okay, I already did that too. Thank you for the bridge. Where's the wise man from this area? Did I already talk to him? I must have missed him. But yeah, we're basically in fan game land, Von Falkenstein. Of varying degrees. Obviously, this game is a major overhaul, and so will Mega Man X8. Mega Man X8-16 B. It's a weird sentence. But some of them are only minor, changes to the original. Okay, give me a hint. Give me a hint, old man. It's gonna be west or north. What do you want better? Oh, no, that's actually new. Okay, so northeast. So that's 5 now. I use a PlayStation 3 controller. I have for a long time. It's basically the perfect PC controller for me. I highly recommend trying this out. I have already linked a link directly to the place where you can download it on the Discord. And also, there's a link to its Discord, which Talia shared. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. There's actually a more up-to-date version than the version I'm playing, but I didn't feel like starting over with a fresh save. Speaking of someone who's always wanted to like Zelda 2, but arguably never has, because it's Zelda 2. This is awesome. I've really been getting into this. So, yeah, we have 5 hints now. This stupid town doesn't have a hint for some reason, which really irritates me. I haven't gone up there. Maybe there's something up top? Let's try it. Nah, I didn't think so. Ah! Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, whatever. So, the biggest thing for me, by far, when it comes to a controller, and you're going to make fun of me for this, is the D-pad. Most D-pads aren't. Most D-pads are essentially loose analogs, which don't actually function as a D-pad. I hate that. I want a... So, Nintendo actually invented this, and then copyrighted it, and then that trademark ran away, or ran out, so other people could do stuff with it. But if you ever look at the PS3 controller, each D-pad is its own button, completely distinct button, which is what I prefer. It's worth noting that the Nintendo D-pad does the same frickin' thing. Because, yeah. Like, I'm looking at my Switch, too, here, and it has the same D-pad. 4 distinct buttons for up, left, down, and right, which is exactly what I want. Yeah, it's. I'm going to be honest. It took a lot of work to get this working in the place on the computer. I actually have 2 separate programs running in the background just to get this controller functioning. But it's worth it because the PS3 controller is still one of the best controllers ever for me. So, worth it. Yeah, I play Mega Man games. I need precision in my D-pad, you know. Hell, I speedrun Metroid. Wait, can't I just walk there? I can just walk there. I'm stupid. I wanted to like the Xbox controller until the version I got required AA batteries. And honestly, that was the deal breaker right there. I was like, no, I'm not putting up with that. I mean, I have 4 backup PS3 controllers in case this one ever falls apart for me, so... I don't know what the D-pad's like on the Xbox. I remember it was a decent controller. PS5 controller was alright. I actually wasn't super impressed with it compared to some other ones. Ah. Ah. Oh, by the way, I'd love to say that I figured out how to get that extra life on my own Action Man, but... I mean, I kind of did. I realized it was just go back through Death Mountain and come at it from another angle. But the thought of going through Death Mountain blind didn't appeal to me, so I pulled up a map. Okay, so we've got southeast, southwest, northeast, uncertain, west, north, uncertain, uncertain. I'm missing 3. So let's just do it this way. So west, north, and south in the northwest. Nope. Okay. I mean, honestly, yeah. The Joy-Cons are great. And split, which is fantastic for me. Okay, so it's not that. So let's try that order next, I guess. So we've got southeast, southwest, northeast. We'll try south now. West, north, northwest, northeast. Nope. Not even the Xbox One controller, Mook? Sorry, not... I'm sorry. What I mean by that is the first Xbox controller. Let me be more clear about that. Okay. Southeast. Southwest. Yeah, that's exactly. That thing was just insane. So we tried that, we tried that. So let's do northwest. And then west. North. Damn it. Ugh. If I had one more hint, where's the hint I'm missing? Tell me outright, actually, man. What am I missing? Why is there no hint in, like, the town of Mito? Like, why does Mito not have a hint? I'm very upset by this fact. I was being facetious anyways, Boog. I actually have tried most controllers, but the Xbox, the original Xbox controller was literally known for being this chonker. It was actually one of the more common complaints about the controller. Oh, okay. So why am I... Hang on. Hi, Morganite. I should... Alright, let's do one more test. Let's just do one more attempt here. Because I should have one more hint by now. Did I say hi, Morganite? Hi, Morganite. Southeast, southwest, northeast. The other direction. West, north, oop. Yeah, I don't think so. Problem is with 3 options, that's actually going to take a while to brute force. If I could get it down to 2, if I could get one more hint. So what the hell hint am I missing? That's the real question. Or am I missing a hint? That might be a more valid question there. Oh yeah, I wanted to... Hang on. Well, no, I guess I would only have 5 hints. Because, like you say, the Kuko hint doesn't exist. It's frustrating. Okay. think I can't get to the next town without doing the next dungeon, though. I was kind of hoping to get the whatever this is next. I'm also missing a gold slime, I noticed. In a good way or a bad way, Triaxia? No judgment, I do the same thing. Oh, hang on, I gotta look that up, because I haven't heard of that one, TSB. Hang on. Game Sir G7HE Wired. Oh, that's interesting. Unfortunately, the D-pad immediately looks bad, just at a glance. Looks solid otherwise, though. And it's wired, which is always nice. Yeah, feel free to update your guesses. Yeah, I think... I don't know what I'm hearing. Something in the distance, whatever it is. Hi, Zach Taft. Is there something else I wanted to do? Hang on. I actually pulled up a map of this game, too, but I think the answer is no. I think we're at the point... Oh, no, I want to do that, but I can wait on that. I can wait on that. I got that. I got that. I got that. I think I got that. I know I got that. I got that. I'm going to have to sit down and figure out where all the slimes are at some point, too. I know there's a couple of slimes I saw, but couldn't figure out how to get. So that's another thing I'm going to have to deal with. Yeah, I think we're just going to the Palace of the Sea so we can get the flute. So we can go to the next town. Although... Did we already do that? We did do that. Okay. And I think we did that? Oh, God. I can't remember which slimes we've got. That's part of the problem. Well, I mean, yeah, that's kind of... I actually have a Switch Pro controller, Switch 2 Pro controller. It doesn't have a good D-pad. I mean, it has an acceptable D-pad, but it doesn't have, like, the Joy-Con D-pad. So this is for anything that's 3D. Like the recent Pokemon game we just played. Yeah, I guess that's it. Sorry, I keep debating if there's something else to do. I guess there isn't. Is there any... There's one slime there. There's one slime there. I should only be missing 2 slimes right now. If that's true. But I only have, like, 6, I want to say. Hang on. Hang on. What do we got? Can't look. Seven. I have 7 slimes. So I'm missing 3. I know where 2 of them are. But I don't know how to get one of them. I do have the Kuko spell, which might get me the 1. There was the one that was like way out on like a pillar over a bottomless pit. hell. Let's just hit the next... Oh, hello. Next dungeon. Nice place. That's actually a good question. I've pondered that a lot, Triaxia. Just keep in mind, we would know immediately. A lot of people in fiction, a lot of writers of fiction, tend to forget that there are entire groups of people in real life whose job it is to watch the skies for a living. So, we would know. Question is how they react. Actually, yes, TSB, you are correct. Yeah, nukes. There's a ship! Nuke it! Nuke it! God damn it. Fine, fine. We'll do this the slow way, then. Come here. Oh, sure hope you got the Kuko spell by now. I mean, I've had the funny thought before. Like, if I was just like, you know, if you see the Hyperion show up, and I just appear on a billboard on, like, every television screen in the entire world simultaneously, like, hey, guys, how many of you would just be like, yeah, okay. No, no, my experience. No, I need it. I need it. Like, look, I've given you all plenty of chances to fix it. You have been found lacking. Damn, murdered that Iron Knight, or Iron Knuckle. Left or right? Left or right? Anybody in chat? Left. Leading me to my death. I see how it is. Left for loot. That's how that works. I will kill this man. Maybe. How much health do these things have? Jeez Louise. Good morning, Huthor. Okay, let's get away from the elevator. We're going to find out in a second, because I actually don't know how much they give. Or if it's worth it. 200! That is not too shabby. No, these guys are just dicks. They have an extremely small damage frame window. That's why they give so much experience. They also hit like a truck. Oh my god. I haven't even started yet, Huthor. I didn't have time last night. Me and my friends are going to spend some time doing that tonight. And figuring out the whole guild house charter thing. I couldn't go left. It wouldn't let me. Jesus, the Kuko just murders these guys. They even turn their backs to it. You notice that? I got more of these assholes. I might not bother with these. I'm not sure 200 experience is worth the time or the irritation. Oh, right. We need to go left. I was told left, and by golly, I'm going to go left. Yeah. I'm going to die going left. Jeez Louise. Ah! I mean, we all knew it was going to be the best housing system in an MMO. That's not a surprise. I don't say that to sound dismissive, just... Yeah, that's something we all called. Heal! Damn it! Give me that mana back, or health, rather. The thing that isn't mana. Another C here, just a chicken. Yeah, that's right, because you have to have multiple neighborhoods, aren't you? Meanwhile, we're having the trouble of getting 10 people together to have a neighborhood at all. Like I said, that'll be it tonight, Joe. I still haven't even built my frickin' table stand thing for my monitor yet. Die! No! You're not going to wait until you get the Blood Elf or Night Elf fixture? Which I didn't even know was a thing until, like, last night, by the way. I knew it, Salok. All you care about is playing good games. Damn it, Phi. Whose name is Phi for some reason. Yeah, no kidding, Maverick. Kirby Block 3. Humor Block. And Alpha Centauri. Alright, Zalok. And anybody in chat who's ever played Alpha Centauri, here's a question for you. Yeah, I'd love to see it either. Should we exclude the expansion from the Alpha Centauri review? Oh, nice. I like the flower bed. I like the well. This is actually pretty solid. I like this. That's true. Ocean cities are cool, I'll give you that. The new factions are really nothing burgers, though. That's one of the main issues. And yeah, the aliens are total bullcrap. Wait, Walker, wait! No, please stop trying to get me killed, Walker! What the hell is this room? I think you're right, Von Falkenstein. Hello, Zalok. Again. Hello, Elizar. Oh, jeez. Okay, okay. I don't like this room. This room is mean. Ah! Ah! Okay, we're just gonna leave that room. Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna leave this room too. You don't like being a chicken? What do you have against being a chicken? Besides, we're cuckoo. Thank you very much. Gotta stay on brand. Thank you, Walker, very much. Always appreciate. Give me a moment to see where that is and where that's going. True, Von Falkenstein, and that is great functionality. I don't know about you. I actually made, God, I don't know, like 10 custom factions back in the day. Gravity Circuit, Expedition 33, and Sea of Stars. Thank you very much, Cool Guy Walker. Everyone, say thank you to Cool Guy Walker. I mean, it makes sense to me that they wouldn't buff the exteriors that much, quite frankly. As they have said, as you just mentioned, it's a performance issue. There's a lot of plots in a neighborhood. So, to answer the question more thoroughly... Oh, jeez. Oh my god, I didn't even know that would happen. The fairy spell is gone and has been replaced by the Kuko spell. Now, the Kuko spell can actually be upgraded too, which we have already done at this point. The upgraded Kuko spell turns it into a toggle. So it's Kuko mode, right? So what you do is you trade off the fact that you don't have the shield, you have shorter range attack, but you're smaller, you have an automatic hover, which you can just do, Princess Peach style. And enemies react to you differently, as we've already seen with the Iron Knuckles. You can also crouch to get into tight areas, so that helps with dodging as well. And you have aerial control when you're doing the jumping down stab thing. So if you don't know what I mean by that, in default form, you actually can't do what I'm doing right now. You have no left and right control when you're doing the bouncing, the pogo hopping. Oh god, why did you say that? Why did you say that, Blade Terrell? You just cursed that level into existence. You realize that, right? Damn it. Oh, jeez, are they respawning? I think they are. Let's go ahead and just get out of here. Thanks, Eyeball Thing. Appreciate you. Sorry, this is 600 experience. I should probably go for this. I'm very close to a level. Uh-oh. Coming up next, Hubris. I'm still gonna go for it. I got 5 lives. I want my level. My level. Oh, yeah. Feel that experience get in there. Sweet, juicy experience. Ah! No! There be a third guy? Now I'm definitely farming it. I'm 200 experience away from a level. At this part of the game, 200 experience is a joke. It's literally 1 kill of one of those mage dudes. Although they don't respawn, do they? Right, right, right. It's okay, I'm pretty sure I didn't kill some back here. Or I could be safe. One more. One more. Not you. There, you. Give me level 7 sword. Booyah. Hi, sir. Okay, so... key, which is up. Is the badge what? What's going on, Zaluk? Oh, that's interesting. Why is that happening? Oh, I know why that's happening. Why did nobody notice that? That's probably been that way for days at this point. Yeah, sorry, several days ago, we were playing, I don't remember what. And we had to clip the top end of the screen. God, what was that game? I don't even remember what game that was. Pokemon, maybe? No, it's in like Pokemon Red. You know those guys have health when it takes me that many hits with beak level 7 to kill them. That's the boss? But we haven't gotten the whistle yet. Well, whatever. We're here. Okay, doing this as the Kuko is a terrible idea. hurts. Yeah, it would have been Pokemon Red, specifically. That's an interesting strategy. Just outstatted him there. Speaking of level ups, I think it's the first time we've ever actually gotten good use out of the level up after a boss. Oop. So we could leave, but again, we haven't gotten the dungeon thing yet, the item. So let's go see if we can find that. Because we need that to get to the next town, to get the hint to get the boulder puzzle. Let's see, so I need to go right then down. Right? Yes. Also, heals still costs 50. Almost everything else is down to 8 or 16, but heals still cost 50. Jeez. Well, left first. That's the rule of this dungeon. Why, Zactaft? Yeah, but that doesn't answer my question, Zactaft. Ow. With all the iron knuckles, God. Because it could be worse. It could be those bird assholes from the last dungeon. Which, as previously described, are birds and assholes. Basically, picture this guy, but he's jumping like a maniac the entire time. Now, before you think, how were you supposed to know that was there? Actually, there's a person in town who flat out tells you. The island palace has an invisible wall or something like that. I mean, Hollywood being a bunch of jackasses is pretty normal. This just in, Hollywood executive is corrupt. Not much of a headline. Yeah, level 7 sword. Have fun. Now, what I'm really scared about is if there's going to be any ultra-hard stuff later. Right? Like, here's the new enemy type. The Omega Bird. I think at this point, the only thing well, would have bought, am going to play? I'm going to try to phrase that, actually. Because I think I already own every Star Wars game I intend to ever stream. Like, Jedi Survivor is the other big one. No, this isn't Metroid, Zillow. Oh, jeez, this room's mean. Oh, this room's mean. This room's mean. Oh, this room's mean. No, yeah. What's Zero Company? Oh, okay, fair. Okay, so that's two games that Disney's gonna get my money on. I mean, I still buy stuff from Amazon. And, you know, I stream on Twitch, so... It is what it is, as you say. Okay, so we got the flute. But there's 2 areas we haven't been to, it looks like. Yeah, exactly, Action Man. That's why I have the hills and chocolate speech. There's only so many hills you can stand on simultaneously. Like, just realistically, right? Hell, I've been thinking about dealers choicing several EA games just to make sure I never have to deal with their crap ever again. Before whatever the Saudis are going to do with them, they do. Just, you know, walk away from that company forever. Like, I've actually been a pretty pro-EA person for a long time. Gotten a lot of flack for that, but I've always stood by that opinion. And then they sold out to the Saudis. So. Okay. Let's just do this. Yeah, Dragon Age is dead, but we still have to play Dragon Age 4, obviously. The last Dragon Age game. That's going to be a weird feeling. There's not a lot of franchises we've played where it's pretty definitively concluded. Like, there's a couple of the old franchises which have been dead for a while. Yeah, at some point in time we'll get to Breath of Fire 4, and then that will be the end of the Breath of Fire franchise. Yep, they never continued the series. Oh my god. After 4. This is an interesting thing to look at. Is there nothing here? Yep, Lufia 3 and 4, the Game Boy game and the remake are both on the list already. So that'll be the end of Lufia. Yeah, in the interest of fairness, I probably should do a review of Mother 1 someday, even though I will hate that experience. Literally just to lock that franchise down and be done with it forever. I'm trying to think what else. Man, how do I... Okay. That's true. We've already done Chrono Cross. Such as it is. Amusing aside, anecdotes aside, that'll be the end of the Chrono series. Although Yuji Horii needs to, like, totally not do what he's been doing. Oh, hello. This is interesting. Listen, could you go off the edge, please? Please, 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 I'm begging you. Go over the edge. Done! Okay, he's dead. He's dead. We did it. Worth it. I have more lives than you. Stop. Is there nothing here? Oh no, I came all this way for nothing. No, no. See, that was where the key was back there. Okay, so I think that's it, actually. I think we've... Of course, I immediately see something we haven't done on the map. Hang on, hang on. Yeah, it was originally called Dreadwolf. He was just having a drink. Hanging out, you know, like you do. It's a palace on the water, right? You figure... This is the place where you can get, you know, safe haven to drink, right? Go over. Go over. Go over or die. Okay. I'll accept killing you. It was a pleasure to murder you today. Oh, excuse me. Oh, you're right. I don't own Lufia 4. I'm okay with never playing it. We'll call Lufia DS Lufia 4. We'll just lock that in. No, the monasteries had a new entry this year, I think. Made by people who were fired literally the day the game came out. Because why would you do anything for the developers? They made the game. Their job is done. Get out of here. Hit the road. It's time for the real people who are really involved, who really put the real work in, to reap the rewards of the game that you made. Listen, it'll be fine, Zolok. It'll be fine. They'll make a Link's Awakening remaster of it. And it'll just be Zelda 2 again. Hello. Now this is worth going for. Speaking of which. Okay, I think we're officially done with the Water Palace now. Good dungeon. Not as good as the Labyrinth, but still good. Ain't that the truth, Action Man? That's true. You know, can I say something weird for just a second? Does it ever strike anyone else as just bizarre that the people who do no work but own something get all the benefits for a thing? Like, that's not new. That's a pretty old concept, but it's always struck me as a very strange concept. No, that's not polemic. At least anyone in chat really wants to get into it. I'm ready. Ready to get into a row about capitalism. For real, though. It's always, even as a child, that always struck me as bizarre. Like, why? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Mr. Statue. Okay. That's the thing that weirds me out, Morganite. The idea of anybody defending capitalism... I think most people who defend capitalism are people who benefit from it. Right? Like, that's the usual approach there. Why do you approve of this extremely horrific act? Well, because it benefits me, obviously. Yeah, or worse, they think they're going to benefit from it and they don't. I once had a viewer, he's since recused himself, who would constantly defend rich people. And I never had a concrete answer for why. Like, he could never give a reason why he was so super pro-rich people. To be clear, I don't mean rich people like millionaires, right? I don't mean rich people like you own a house. I mean rich people. And I never fully understood that. And the theory I always came up with was that he just really liked the idea of someday becoming one of them. Because why else would you? Boop. Uh-oh. Oh, this frickin'... Oh, God. Okay, so... Back in the original version of Zelda 2, this section right here with these rock-throwing assholes, this is officially when the game becomes bad. Right here. That's not a joke, that's not an exaggeration, that's not me memeing. I know there's actually not a lot of game left after this, but from this point onwards, in the original game, the game just starts being bad. Brutal, unfair, lots of enemy spam, tons of instant death pits. Whoop. And enemies with way too much health, enemies you can't even see in some cases, unless you know what you're doing. Yeah, no, this sucked. This sucked. You'll notice it's way better in this version, so I'll take that. I wouldn't want to be ultra rich. Like, being well off, holding my own house, yeah, of course I'd like that. But I'd also like that for everybody. Like, if I could just kind of... And all of a sudden, everyone in chat just has a fully paid off home. That's yours. Here you go. Have fun. I would do that without hesitation. So I don't know what's in here. Ah! Other than enemies, I'm still a Kuko. Should I still be a Kuko? I'll stay a Kuko for now. Yeah, speaking of concepts I don't understand. Pulling up the ladder behind you. I don't even have to get polemic to talk about that one. Because I've played a game called World of Warcraft. That is a good question. Near as I can tell, yeah. Oh, no. We could not fight Korok as a Kuko. You have to fight him by reflecting his attacks, which requires the shield. So far that's one thing we couldn't do as the Kuko. Um... So Ross asked an amusing question, and you know the answer if you know me at all. If I could have a fully functioning holodeck, or give a fully paid off nice house to everyone in chat, I would give everyone a nice house. That's ridiculous. Of course I would. The only way I would even consider the other way is if the holodeck came with a fully functional replicator with lots of patterns in it. There it is. Knew it was here. Hidden town of Kasuto. We had to flee Kasuto, but you're in Kasuto. Right here. Now. Currently. Exactly, Huthor. It'd be a lot more work, but when have I ever shied away from work? You deserve my help. Oh, geez, this is a trap, isn't it? There's a secret at edge of town. True, Zillow. That's absolutely true. I think we almost have all the magic upgrades now. I probably wouldn't be a dick about it, Ross, no. There's... Let me tell you a little bit of life advice that I discovered years and years ago. If you do something nice for someone, they may or may not even notice, they may or may not even care, and they may or may not have any gratitude for it. Now, that kind of sucks, but that's not why you do something nice for someone. You do something nice for someone to do something nice for someone. Yeah, exactly, Moog. Wait, what did that say? The hole in Palace is endless trap. Ooh, okay. I cannot help you. Listen, Action Man, I was trying to get rid of the vines on her house. Look, I've had to deal with vines in real life. I'm trying to help her out. Enigma. And that's our second to last spell. But also, 7th is East. That's the real reason we've been doing all of this, right there. That's true, Blatable. Alright, what do you want for this? 5,000 for the other map. Piss off. Carl for help at the Eye of Three Rocks. Okay. A skeleton key is in the Great Palace. Yeah. I mean, if I could put my own personal touch on it. Nobody notices the janitor, right? That's the mentality right there. They notice when their toilets aren't flushing. But nobody actually cares about the janitor doing all that work to take care of them. Or to keep them in a proper setup. Yes, I have, Uthor. Why? How do I burn this down? I did pick up the frozen Warglaives and the axe. A friend of mine immediately picked up the adorable hat. Alright, Pumpernickel, what do I do with this stupid vines? Like, I'm trying to think of what kit I don't have yet, and it's a really small list. At the empty spot? Oh, dude, the gun. I picked up the gun immediately. It looked like a gun. Which, you know, prior to now, one of the only other guns that looks like a gun was from BC. And it shows. Like, those are old textures. Hello? What does this do? Interesting. That's exactly it, Maverick. Okay. So now we have the ability to push those pillars. I've only seen one other place with those pillars so far. To see how useful it is. I mean, it's a cool looking gun. It looks like a gun. Honestly, hunters have had just bad cosmetics for so long. You'll be fine. Wait. You're going to GDQ? Because if so, grats, dude. You have got to try and get on camera at least once, so I can be like, hey. And then don't tell me it's you, so you don't have to oust yourself. So, as it happens, I do remember a spot where I had one of those pillars. Oh, okay, going to something terrible. I mean, worthwhile. I do hope you have fun. Hope you bring something warm. I don't know what Denver Stadium's like, but oof. Now here's a real question. What's the worst hunter set? Just the set piece, not the mail gear. Because there's so many options there. So, I didn't like Casper. And if you handed me that thing, first thing I'd be like is, are you sure? Do you want someone who's never worked with Casper before to make a Casper outfit? Okay. Okay, we'll make a Casper movie. Alright, so, first thing we do with the Casper movie is we make it extremely, horrifically grimdark. I'm kidding. I already tried that once. No, what was that? If I was to make a Casper movie, so I know basically nothing about it. I know he's a ghost, and I know he's friendly. I would make it a story about... God, I don't remember which one that is, Uthor. About how Casper is happy to be who he is now. Like, he's not... It's a story about identity, right? Casper is dead, and during the course of the story, someone's like, hey, Casper, you know, we've been friends for years. I think I might have been able to figure out who you were. Casper's like, what? Yeah, no, I think we can figure out who you were before you died. And Casper's like, oh, gee, I'm excited, but I don't know, should I? Is that something I should... No, let's do it. So there's this whole quest and journey to figure out who Casper is, and Casper starts to figure it out and, like, tries to piece together his previous life, and slowly comes to realize that he's actually okay with who he is now. And likes who he is now. And it's funny you say that, because I probably wouldn't actually answer the question of who Casper was. The whole point would be that it doesn't matter who he was. Right? So in the end, Casper would finally come to the conclusion that I just told you, that it doesn't matter who he was. And he would just walk away from it. If I had to pick the worst hunter suit, it'd be the Murloc skeleton thing. I don't remember which tier that was, but you probably know the one I'm talking about. Yeah, that sounds like Kata. Picture it in my head. That sounds like Kata. Bonus points for everything from vanilla. Okay, so... southeast, southwest, northeast. Let's do south, west, and then north, and then east, and then northwest. Yeah. I knew that was going to happen, too. I knew that was going to happen. That stupid fish. I thought maybe I could outspeed him. I'm still in the mindset of Pokemon. Alright, so I'm curious what I'm getting... Oh, is that a ring? Oh my god, am I about to take less damage? I am. Oh my... Wait. What happens if I cast Protect while I have Protect on? Ooh. It stacks. Oh my god. Okay, that's great. That's great. Oh, yeah. And this was... Yeah, I actually know where this is. That's funny. Both secrets here you come to from another direction. What's a guide game, Elizar? Okay. That was a worthwhile investment. Let's go see if we can find some slimes, because I'm missing 3. And I know where one of them is immediately, and I think I know where another one is. Oops. I'm going the wrong way. Oh! Yes, Elizar. Zelda 1 was like that, too. Sorry, that's such a duh thing that took me a moment to understand why you're even asking it. Yeah. Of course this game's a guide game. It's Zelda 2. LTTP was the first Zelda that wasn't a guide Zelda. So I'm given unlimited resources. I'm going to stop reading that question there. I'm just going to bask in that thought for a second. Okay, we're good. It really is, look. It's kind of crazy. So far, I have only really felt a little bit of an info and game thing, and no walk-through-itis at all. Which is crazy. The improvements to the town alone have been great. The town NPCs. Like, I've actually been able to figure out quests by just talking to NPCs. Can you believe that? Can you imagine being able to figure out a quest in an RPG by just talking to the NPCs in town? That sounds like a joke, but really think about it for a second. Worth it, Uthor. No, Morganite. We've covered all the Zeldas. All of them. Okay, so. Unlimited resources to make a Trek movie. I have all the actors. My only restriction is it has to use an established cast of one of the franchises. Do I pick TOS, TNG, DS9, Voyager, or Enterprise? And it is a movie. That movie thing is relevant. Like, for example, what do you do with a Voyager movie? I'd make a joke here, but it would be a spoiler, so I'm not going to say that. Wasn't there one down here? Was there one? There is one, right there. No, I don't want to pull an anime movie move, Ross. And here's the filler arc. No, I'm good. I could do Year of Hell, though. That's true. That's actually not even a bad idea. If it's not obvious, I'm immediately leaning towards Voyager or DS9. Problem is, what would I do with DS9? Oh, that's a silly question. I know exactly what I would do with DS9. I just do the arc from STO. I know how to do with Enterprise as well. I do the Romulan War. Come on, I know I can make this jump. Ah. Okay, I give up. It's just a pee bag anyways. Well, like I said, the Gamma Quadrant arc in STO is the DS9 follow-up in my mind. I know they had that like Season 9 preview-y thing, which sucked, frankly. Wasn't a big fan of that. Hello? The only downside of that option is, at that point, the story's done for me. All I have to do is direct it. Oh. Well, see, the thing is, I actually like the TOS cast quite a bit, and frankly, they need more time to actually be a cast, since even in the movies, it was still focused on the big three, but they've done that, you know? They've had their send-off. Their story is concluded. Someone mentioned, I think it's you, Ross, that you've never had any connection to the TOS cast. I hadn't even watched TOS before I finished. Like, I hadn't watched all of TOS by the time I had finished Undiscovered Country. And I bring that up because, to me, the TOS cast across the movies was plenty investing, if that makes sense. Like, I was already into the squad just from the films. If anything, it was weird to go back to the show and be like, eh? Oh, God, that is so tight. Okay, for those of you not understanding why this is so difficult, you have to maintain momentum, because if you don't, your jump height is completely different. So I have to be running when I hit this first platform here. Because I have to jump almost immediately, otherwise I bump into the bottom of the second platform. But here's the worst part. I also have to then jump immediately from the second platform, excuse me, this third platform. Otherwise, I will continue to lose that momentum. I do have the jump spell up. Yeah, I do. Okay, just making sure. Like that. Whoa, okay. It's okay. I play Mega Man games. Holy crap. Okay. Okay. You should buy a Subaru. You should buy a Subaru. I don't know why. You totally should. Mr. Slime, we meet again. Oh yeah, that's 8, so we're missing 2 now, and I know where one of them is. I think that was it. So, I don't know yet, Playtable, believe it or not. There are 12 of them, and I'm going to get them all. And that's about the extent of my knowledge on the matter. Yeah, they do a thing. You know what? Billy Mays here! Sorry. My favorite Billy Mays video. If you haven't seen it, it's like, I think it's 50 or so Billy Mays commercials layered on top of each other with all the audio playing simultaneously. It is unironically glorious. I recommend it if you can find it. Okay, so let's lock in that slime we just rescued. Hey, lady. I love this. You talk to the person in town. Hey, can you save my game? Oh my god, you're a talking cuckoo! Yeah. Okay, that's error, I think. I'm sad they didn't rename Bagu to Bug. Hi, but okay, here. Loud noise warning. Okay, for real, loud noise warning. So this is your big warning to mute me or turn me down, okay? I'm going to turn down the volume, just in case. It's 24. It's 24 Billy Mays commercials at the same time. Yes, when you ever void form as a Shadow Priest, that's what you hear. He really did have the intro, you're right. It was just, he had that on lock. That's not even a joke. He just had it. My favorite is how many individual things you could hear in that, including, no more squishing and squashing! Which for some reason is just really audible amongst everything else. Okay, I am missing a slime here. Ah! Okay. Oh god, I'm about to do this stupid jumping. I already did this! I just missed the slime, apparently. Okay, do we go further up? I don't think we do. Hang on, what's this over here? I don't think I can go further up. Yeah, we're gonna call that good. Okay. Ah! Oh god! Kuko cannot run across these things. That's actually good to know. Enterprise is a good answer. Unfortunately, I think I'm going to default to the answer I've already given, which is DS9, and just cheat. Just do the STO arc. Oh, jeez, this room. Okay. I've already done this. Ah. I don't think I even had Kuko form last time I did this. Kind of funny to think about. Is this it? Does this it? Hey, does anyone remember where the slime was? Is this the slime? This looks like the slime. Are you the slime? No. Let's just lead to the slime. I should probably recast jump, just to be safe about this. Does this lead to the slime? Okay. I'm gonna trust Action Man. Trust you. Trust. Trust. Okay. 9. So we were missing one that I know. Well, one that I don't know of, actually. And I've seen it, I just don't remember where it was. So I gotta figure out what the hell that was. God, I've gotten 4,000 experience just roaming. I was debating if I want to get the map or go ahead and just, like, go for the experience on it. I don't know. Because I've only got one palace left, right? So only one free exp boost remaining. Like, I've already wasted too many of those, right? That's something that helps with the walkthrough-itis in this game. There's a map! Which just shows you where stuff is on the overworld. Let's refill our mana while we're here. Kind of, yeah, Walker? For just general platforming and navigation, it's kind of better. There's only a couple of combat encounters where it's better to be the humanoid form. Especially now that I just have permanent protect on. Okay, where in the world was that other slime? I'm going to go and cheat slightly. I know as a look. I'm going to cheat slightly. I actually do have a map, like I mentioned. I'm just going to glance at it before I waste people's time just trying to remember where I saw that slime. So there was one there, which we got. We got that. I think that's it. I think that's it right there. I think it's in the islands. So let's head there. So I've been thinking about that, Uthor, and I think we're going to leave housing for Midnight's score. Among other things, it's literally the back-of-the-box feature for Midnight, right? Housing. Yeah, exactly. Housing's not really out yet. And they've been very open about the fact that they're going to keep developing it. I can't even make an elven house yet. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Blade Chaval was asking me what's different in this version. Experience. Way more stuff gives way more experience, and P-bags are a more regular drop. I like to think the STO version of that push-ups. What? Ah! In other words, the Romulan Republic and blah blah blah. Hang on, am I going the right way? Yes. Okay, good. Just making sure. Don't want to waste time. We still got to look at the randomizer and the New Game Plus. See if there's any new stuff, so... Yes, we are, Maverick. Honestly, I could technically do that, like, right now. I haven't 100% decided when I'm going to log that in yet. I'm going to do it in December, one way or the other. I want the WoW stuff to be in 2025. I mean, Undermine by itself is better than most entire games. You know what I mean? I don't know what to add to that. Okay, so this is the one I couldn't figure out earlier. And that is a death pit. Do I need thunder? I'm just going to ask straight up. Do I need thunder for this? Because that was my first thought when I first saw this. Damn. Okay, so I can't get this without thunder. Meh. Alright. So that's going to be a minute then. Alright, Okay. Okay, so that means... I know where this one is now. That means there are two. Where are those two? Those two should... Ah! Wait. Stop. So there's one in the hidden palace, and there's one in the graveyard, and that's actually it. So why don't we go... Can I get thunder now? I think I can, actually. Unless I need the cross. Do I need the cross to get thunder? Yeah, no kidding, either. I mean, it's not like the MSQ was bad. But... I mean, Hobus was... You haven't played STO, have you, Push-Ups? Go watch my review of STO. Or Lore Run. Or both. I'm okay with either. Probably not, Maverick. I'm not even sure what the pre-patch is going to be, or like what format it's going to be. We got a couple months until the pre-patch hits, though. I have some time to think about it. Ugh. I would just really... Well, I guess I can't, can I? That's fair. Okay, so let's go this way. Speaking of dumb things that are huge game changers, the fact that lives are an unlock. I know that sounds like such a minor thing, but God, is that a game changer in a game like this. Yep. No, me too. We did that during the run, during the review of this game, just last year. And then I game overed anyways during the run. God, I was so mad. I actually distinctly remember how angry I was. I felt like, afterwards, I felt kind of awkward. Like, should I just chop off the stream? What should I do? I'm too angry to talk straight. God, I was mad. Enigma, heal, Enigma, fire. But there's invisible enemies here. Well, let's just do it anyways. Enigma. Heal. Enigma. Fire. Ah! Wait 1 second, Gallifreyman. There we go. Thank you for the sub, as always. And if you'd like to put that towards up to 3 future streams, please let me know. Thank you. So I believe we're just missing the 2. One's in the dungeon, and one's the thing I need thunder for. Yep, I'm at 10. There are 12. Yep. That's where we're at. We might be at the point where the next step is the next dungeon. That's not for a weird thought. Hang on. Let me glance at the map here just to make sure there's nothing I'm missing, because I don't think there is. not really. Let's, how much was the map? It was 5,000 for the map, right? Oh yeah, I saw there was an area up there, but I couldn't figure out how to interact with it. Push-ups. And by push-ups, I mean action man. Frickin' Lizalfos. Why wouldn't I be a chicken? How do I get onto the lake? I know I can get out there. I've already done it. There. That is enough to buy the map. Ooh, nice. That means we're missing 2 of those. Let's go buy that map. I was thinking about doing that anyways. I also noticed endgame farming is way easier than it was in the original. And more lucrative. Which is good, because I'm about to spend 5,000 experience on a map. Okay, fine. I think I've had 2 lives for... When did I lose all my lives? Was that in the water temple? Because I've just been sitting at 2 lives for a hot minute. I have something to destroy your magic. Fire! Sorry. Yes, I will spend an inordinate amount of money on your map. Gimme. And with those two maps, I should have everything now. I'm guessing the North Islands count as east, because I noticed they weren't labeled at all. Okay. Yeah, just... I'm more worried about my adults social mediaing than my teens. Although, actually, no. We should go this way, shouldn't we? Because I think I know how to access that. Let's go find out, if I'm right. Oh, that's permanent. I've just unlocked a path now. Nice. Part of the reason I didn't do that is I figured I would have to do the pushing animation each time. Hello. How the heck do I reach that? I bet that's from the swamp. Well, we'll come back to that. Let's head for the north area first. Yeah, no kidding, Milkerblade. I love the poor chicken flying across the screen there. Cuckoo! Ah, can't quite do it today. Yeah, there's that frickin' slime. That's not what I'm looking for. Hang on. Where? I'm in the wrong area. I am in the wrong area. Damn, I'm in completely the wrong area. Okay, hang on. Hey, Danielle. So far, it's going so much better than the original. It's not even funny. Like, this is a new game. In a good way. I asked this question yesterday, but not everyone was here for it. If you had the choice to just finger snap, Q-snap into existence a remix game, like this, right? So it's still fundamentally the original game, but it's better in every way. It has more content, more features, more complexity and depth, and blah, blah, blah. What do you pick? Like, what game do you pick to receive that treatment? Doesn't have to be an older game. And we obviously tend to think of older games because older games tend to suck more. Because, they hadn't figured out what they were doing yet. But it doesn't have to be an older game. Ooh, that's a good pick, Melkerblade. Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. Whoa. So, my pick yesterday was FF8, but man... Mystic Quest. Whoa. That's a tempting thought. So I've actually already been up here, but I couldn't figure out what to do. But I think there was one of those pedestals I could interact with. Maybe? Oh, jeez. Enemies everywhere. Oh, God. They really are. Ah! Yeah, no, like, in Mystic Quest, oh, you could do so much. I was right, I was right. It's one of those things you could read. One of the old Hylian things. Jump, protect, fairy, enigma. Jump, protect, fairy, enigma. What? What? Ah! Ah! What the hell? Why am I not blocking that? What the... Wah! Hero of Time killed by random trash mob. Yeah, that is a perfectly placed asshole right there. Yeah, I figured this was coming. Alright, what are we fighting? What are we fighting? Oh, no, you... Whoa. Speaking of ways this could suck, if these... Oh my god, he has another attack. He's Bowser. If these platforms didn't come back... If these donut blocks didn't come back, that would really suck. Oh my god, whatever I get out of this better be extremely worth it. Oh, okay, hang on, let's pop a heal. And let's just live with this, I guess. Okay, we're gonna move. Holy crap. What the hell is that? Wait, what? Oh my god, it's MP regen. Oh my god. It's just, my MP just regens naturally now. Holy crap. That's amazing. Like, they've already... Magic has already been so much better in this version, but just giving me regen. That's great. Yeah, let's keel. That kind of hurt. So what the hell are the slimes gonna give me now? Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I don't want to know. I mean, I do want to know. I just want to get there myself. Yeah, regen mathematically is one of those things that, depending on the game type, is usually extremely useful. Specifically because of the fact that it's such a fire and forget concept. All of the time you spend not casting is time that you spend regenerating. And if you math out how many extra casts you get of stuff based on having regen, it's usually a fairly substantial number. No, we're playing as Zelda push-ups. Copper ore. Why? Oh, because people are raising crafting. Man, I should start selling stuff on the market. Hey, Talia. We just got the necklace. That was actually a really good... White Toothor? That's the other Zelda push-ups. I don't remember Talia. I know that you could get lives eventually with experience. Although in the original that was effectively impossible. Like, there was just such a drought of experience in the first game that you had to be efficient with the palaces to even get to the highest stat value, whatever that was. And we have not been efficient this playthrough at all. If you're wondering, for anybody curious, the way you be efficient is you have to raise, I think it's to 5, your sword skill. Just your sword skill. And then get to the, before you finish the first palace. I think it's 5. And then you go ahead and you grind a little bit extra to get to the point where you could have gotten your HP up. Don't. Could have gotten your mana up. Don't. And then your next level up is like 1,000 experience or 2,000 experience or something like that. And then you... Oh, hello. And then you blow the... boss one on that. And then you kind of just rinse and repeat that, and you get max sword very early. That means we're missing 2 hearts, in addition to 2 magic containers. That's interesting. There's a heart right there. I'm not going to go for that right now. I do want to go for this, though. Yeah, we're not playing Crusader Kings again, yet. But we will, by God. The anti-fairies is the easiest answer to that. It is a little bit unpleasant on the fingers, but of course, when we used to do that particular grind, we would do it with an emulator, which means we could assign a button to auto-A. So you just get in front of a thing and hold down auto-A, right? I know. Could you hold like the end of the staff? Zelda, please, please. Okay, so let's see if my hunch is right about this. Hey! So we've actually reviewed HOM 5. It was long. A little bit too long, if I'm being honest. But it was actually quite solid. I've played, I believe it's 3. It's 2 or 3. Way back in the day. You remember when you'd get those discs or CDs that would have a bunch of demos on them? One of them had HOM 3 or 2, I forget which. And I used to play the hell out of that. Just the demo, because that's all I had. True, Fun Falkenstein. And that might have been why I started hitting the fatigue point. Alright, so let's do the Hidden Palace, shall we? Which has a magic up and a slime. Ah! I don't actually remember how to open this. They've even told me and I don't remember how to open this. How do I open this? I actually don't remember. There we go. The thing... The map threw me. Now, you know what really threw me, Huthor? So, I hopped into WoW last night just to make sure the patch was working. Didn't actually do anything, but the first thing I did was jumped into my mount, and then tapped 2 to take off, and immediately dismounted. For those of you who have not experienced the same thing, they replaced the old Go Up button, Skyward Ascent, with Dismount. So yeah, it happened like everybody I knew, too. Hmm. Yes, my strafe keys reset. I had to fix that too because they broke them. They were wrong. To be really blunt, that was actually the very, very, very first thing I did was fix my strafe keys. That is incredibly wrong, Morganite. That is hilariously wrong. Yeah, my bartender is actually still broken. Sorry, no offense, Morganite. It's just, you know how misinformation has this really bad tendency to spread? Whenever I hear that kind of thing, I do everything in my power to immediately just chomp it down hard. Like, nope, nope, that's not true. Yeah, no, housing in WoW is, without hyperbole, one of the most accessible and probably best housing systems we've ever seen in an MMO. Me and my friends were talking about it last night. It's been a question mark, and honestly still is a question mark. I don't think we ever had an answer to this. Why WoW didn't have housing at the beginning? There were plans for that, as far back as vanilla, but they never actually did anything with it. And for those of you who don't actually know MMO history that well, housing was already an anti-feature for MMOs when WoW came out. Like when WoW Vanilla first came out, housing was already considered a standardized feature of MMOs. So the fact that, okay. So the fact that WoW had no housing at launch was actually considered a detriment. Yeah, Ultima Online had housing. EverQuest kind of dipped into that. That was kind of a weird thing. Lotra obviously had housing. Dark Age had the guild housing thing. Asheron's Call had housing. Huh. Yeah. Who wrote this room? Well, that's a good question, Elazar. However, as I've just mentioned, I haven't actually done the housing myself yet, so Ma would be my answer to that. I don't know, I do very much enjoy building houses in Sims 3. So we'll see. Yeah, no kidding. Speaking of which, we're gonna pop another heal. Yeah, those blades hurt way more than I was expecting them to. Do I enjoy housing in FF14? No, actually. I think it's way too limited. Way too hard to get. Housing in FF14 is like housing in real life. It's okay and useful if you have it. Good luck. How much experience do those give? 100. Not bad. There's apparently apartments in FF14. This is literally the first time I've heard about that. I believe you. I have no reason not to believe you. But yeah, FF14 has several housing-related problems. It does. Because they only spool up so many housing hubs, neighborhoods, because of limitations with regards to the servers. So there's only so many houses. There's a truly finite amount of houses. And anytime new ones go up for sale, there's a auction where you have to put in a bid. So you put down the money for the place, and you are entered for a lottery to have the right to buy that house, which is actually a very Japanese thing, by the way, because Japanese do that for a lot of stuff. And if you don't win the lottery, it sucks to be you. Come on, I don't want you to fall over the ledge. I want your delicious experience. Come here, come here. Come here. Like I said, in FF14, it's pretty similar to real life. Not in a good way. Yeah, there's some dumb prints, and honestly, just go watch the Zelda 2 review. I did all my research then, because it's really dumb and poorly explained. Zelda 2's plot is not great. You could say that the plot is not the benefit of any Zelda game, and I would contest that. But Zelda 2's is not great. I don't have a house in F-14. I have never won a lottery, and frankly, I don't have that kind of money in F-14. There we go. Really wanted him dead. Okay. Yeah. Oh, just... So, I guess flashing lights warning here. There's a lot of blue iron knuckles in here, my god. Hang on. Okay, so there's a key, I think. Nope. Next one's a key. No, the key. Can you? Let's find out. Leaning towards no. It's okay. Cuckoos unironically break iron knuckles. I can even explain why. This is so brilliant. It's because they're input readers. So if you're neutral like this and you do an attack, they block up. If you hold down and do an attack, they block down. My neutral attack hits them down as a cuckoo. Okay, so let's figure out how to get this stupid key. Done. I mean, honestly, I think that's actually brilliant AI design. It's probably the only enemy in the entire game where the Cuckoo has a specific advantage over it. It's also a trade-off, because again, you cannot block anything while you're a Cuckoo, so you're just taking more damage while you're doing it. Speaking of... It also costs mana to do. Especially if you want to go in and out of the form. You'll notice they also turn around when you're a Cuckoo, like, you're not a death threat to me. Oh god, it's a Cuckoo! Either that or, yeah, it's trying to emulate the idea that the Iron Knuckles are trying to run from the Cuckoo, which is much funnier. So I think we'll go with that. And remember, the Cuckoo spell is an optional spell. I had to go out of my way to get this. It probably lasts about 3 seconds, Elizar. Doom Guy would get bored, and Link would have nothing to add to the conversation, so he'd just be like, eh. Aw. Aw. I mean, that would make you an Iron Knuckle push-ups, which would make sense. No, I had it! I had it! Yeah! Hey, Spartan. This is... Oh, God. What's the full name of this stupid game? I call it Zalia. Or Zelda 2R if you prefer. I think they just... Yeah, I think they just kind of became part of Zelda's kit. Bizarre. There we go. That's what you get for contesting the Great Kuko. Also, your attack range is lower as a Kuko, so that's another detriment for being in Kuko form. Zelda again, Link is Adventuresome. That's the name of the game. Think of it like an alternate form we could transfer into a will. Because that's what it is. Cute game. At least it led to something. Imagine if that was just a death pit or something. God, that'd be such a dick move. Dang it. Come on. Okay, fine. What? What? You should buy a car. But not a good car. You should get a crap car like a Toyota. Actually, I don't know if Toyotas are good or not. Now, Fords, ugh, screw Ford. The person as well as the brand. Get a Yugo. I've had a Yugo, actually. Okay. Nothing. There is no such thing, Elizar. And anyone who tells you something else is probably trying to sell you something. Like a car. So, the Yugo was actually an extremely good car. And I mean that. It was shockingly good. Until we ran into a small issue of one specific part broke. And that was the death of that car. Because we could not replace that part. Did not exist. That sucked. Okay, so it was the first thing? Oh god, I can't remember where it was. See, the other benefit of this mono regen thing is I can use spells, so I'm getting more loose with spells, which makes spell use more fun. I know that sounds stupid, but what I mean by that, and we were talking about this when we were playing Quake 1 and 2, a game should encourage the player to use the kit they have access to. Right? Don't mistake me, limitations are good and should exist, but at the same time, you don't want to limit your player too much, to the point where they never use, you know, their magic, for example. Oh, hello. Okay. Sure. Which car, tell me? Yeah, isn't it the Telltale team? Like the actual writers? Oh, the Yugo. Yeah. No, the Yugo was awesome. We had the Yugo up in Colorado, and we didn't need snow tires or chains because the Yugo just handled it. That's not hyperbole. I agree with you on that, Czar. Oh, and there's the cross. Boop. I believe the only thing the cross does is it lets us see invisible stuff, so yay. I don't even think the cross is technically mandatory. Like, obviously it sucks not being able to see stuff. Okay, let's pop jump. Let's not waste. Devil May Cry 5 kind of had the same problem with the arms that you could break. It made up for it by the fact that the arms were really good, but it still had the limitation of having finite numbers of arms, and you can only carry so many of them. Again, don't mistake me. Ammo's a good concept. But, yeah, I know, push-ups. It's a shame, because we lost the Yugo in... oh, gosh. 91, I want to say. 91 or 92. And we just couldn't get anything. We tried a bunch of places, too, and they were just like, nope. I guess the only way to go now is down. So, down we go. Yeah, where do I want to go first? So it looks like we swept, so let's go try to go right on the next room. Yeah, we do have a key. I know. God, the map is such a game changer. It's funny how a feature from the first game makes the second game so much better. It's not even a great map, it's just a good map. It's just a functional map. Jackass. Oh, I have no idea push-ups. I have a good memory. I don't have that good of a memory. I remember a specific part we were missing from a Yugo in 1991 or 2. I remember what it looked like. It was small. Like a spark plug, but I'm going to tell you right now, it wasn't a spark plug. That would be a joke to replace. Hi, random. We're killing racists. Now I gotta cancel the Iron Knuckle for being racist. Damn it. Pretty sure it was gas, because I don't think the gas stations offered diesel back then. Or if they did, it was only at the semi-pickup. Yes, we got the protect ring, Danielle. I really wish I could kill that guy. Wish I had killed that guy. Oh, 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 oh. There we go. Okay. The Iron Knuckle was associated with the racists. Oh, God, no, no, no! Damn it! Freaking stupid anti-fairies. Yeah! Oh my God, those jumps. Yeah, no kidding, Action Man. We don't have a key. I really hope we don't have to go all the way back to get that key, because that's gonna suck if that's true. Four and 9 share a lot of DNA, so it wouldn't surprise me if you like both. Oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez. Ah! They surrounded me! Two key doors. These frickin' things. Come here, come here, come here. Come here. Come here. Actually, you know what? Don't come here. New plan. So there's one key. Only one. Wait, against what, Action Man? Oh, you mean these things? Yeah, I'm gonna use my other technique against these things. Okay. Here's the real question. Where do we blow this key? Up or down? I want to chat. Up or down? The wrong choice may involve a lot of backtracking. Talia says up. Talia knows all and says all. Czar also says up. Czar is never wrong. Flip a coin. Yeah. Coin also says up. Coin is never wrong. It's gonna be wrong. What do you want to bet? That's just where we're at. It's okay. I've noticed one other thing that I really like about this game. Can you guess what it is before I even tell you? Well, I mean, level design, yeah, that this is a part of level design, but what I mean is that there's no pointless dead ends. There's no such thing as wasting your time going down a particular path. If you can go down a path, there is something worth getting in that path. It may not be what you want. It may be optional. It may just be some experience, or health potion, or whatever. But there is something everywhere. Remember, we still need a slime in this place, too. I'm gonna pop protect, I think. Yep. Exploration's nice, but something a lot of game designers forget is that exploration has to be rewarding. You cannot just count on exploration being worth it for its own sake. And frankly, a cool vista could count as a reward. Oh, this guy. Not even close, push-ups. Doesn't have the beard, for one thing. That looks like I could get up. That looks like I want to get up. That's what I was just thinking, Talia. I'm gonna hurry. There we go. No! No! freaking dick! Why isn't this hitting that? Ah. Now I'm just gonna kill out of spite. Oh, you little snot! No, oh my god! Remember, revenge is bad. Take this as a cautionary tale. Okay, one's down. Alright, you. Get up here, so I can murder you. Oh, that's promising. Okay, well, that's good to know that there's a magic potion down there. Okay. Boom. All eights. I wonder what could be here. Oh, no, 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 no. That's bullcrap. How am I gonna do that? Yes, my mana is in fact regenerating. Okay, so... how am I gonna do this? Okay, hang on. So it's this line right here. Ugh, okay, so hang on. 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So eyeball 1 is here. And eyeball 2 is like right here. That can't be right. That doesn't look even. The eyeballs have to be in the middle, which means they have to be this and this. Which is really frustrating. Because that means I need to clear out all of this so I can get under that. It also means I need to clear out this. Tell me I'm right about this before I spend way too much time doing this. Because this is going to be such a pain. My theory is replicate thing on thing. Yep, okay, that's what I thought. No, wait. Let me get the thing! Okay. No! God damn it! Okay, whatever. Okay. This is gonna suck. We're gonna be here like 17 minutes. That's our life now. Okay. I've got one of the eyes in place. Okay. I need to get the second eye. Come on. Boom. There. Okay, both eyes are in place. I think we're actually good now. See you around the action, man. In 7 years. I also don't know how exact it has to be. We'll find out in a bit. I do have the 2 eyes, which is the hard part. Oh, right. Obviously, these aren't going to work. Ah! Okay. Okay. So let's do that. Oh no, I should have done the other side first. I didn't even think about that. Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay, how do I fix that? Let's do this. This should be safe height anyways. Never mind, it's not as bad as I thought it was. I just need to be careful. I know, isn't that mono regen great? As I'm doing this puzzle, it's just kind of slowly coming back. There. Oh no, now I need to get up. No! Please tell me that's not too down. Okay, so 1, 2, and then I really wish I could save state for this. This is the hardest challenge of the entire game right here. Go away. So we'll do 1 here. And then 1, and only 1. Okay, there we go. Now we go up 1. Listen, back in 1987, do you think we had screenshots? Come on. We gotta play this legit. Okay, so... boop. 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 And that's the roof right there. So then... there? I mean, I did the graph paper thing like I'm sure everyone else did. There, that should be it. That should be it. Yes! Yes! Ha 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 ha! Booyaka. Okay. That means I'm only missing the one that needs thunder. I can't save it. There's no save states. If it makes you feel any better, I don't know what I get for solving it either, Lord Aramon. I shouldn't have been so loud. I think someone might still be asleep. No! 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 That's the boss. I don't want to fight the boss yet. Also, it means there's an entire area over there. There's 2 areas I haven't done yet. Okay, hang on, hang on. Let's see what this leads to. I mean, we're not completely maxed on health, so why not? Listen, it's always okay to laugh at a Kuko. I'm gonna stop killing stuff, though, because, like, at this point, 9,000 experience is a bit much to grind. You know, kill stuff like that, why not? Yeah, there's my key from earlier. You know, when I first started playing this game, and I mean first, like before I even earned the game. Owned the game, excuse me, earned. I remember that the Hammer Brothers guys, I can't remember what they're called, were like the worst enemies to me. I don't even know why. I thought I knew difficult enemies. Little did I know. So that's everything down here. Okay. Well, let's go get the magic potion we missed. No, that sounds like too little to me, Zactaf. Doesn't he want to have, like, backups? Don't worry, Luco. We've got Kukos for Lucos. Hi, Luco. Exactly, Zactaf. So maybe, like, have more than one? Have backups? Have options? I mean, come on. Well, I appreciate you... No! Why? Why, God? Why have you forsaken me? I want my magic up, okay? It's okay, everything's dead. I'm just gonna be holding left here. It was probably extremely expensive, Zactaf. And? Yes, this is just the walk of shame. That's all this is. So, some of the old shoot-'em-ups used to have a concept like that, or Lord Hammer, but to my knowledge, and I'm searching my memory, I don't remember there being a specific term for that. Grace period? No, that doesn't sound right. I don't know. I mean, yeah, shield would be a perfectly acceptable thing to call it. Barrier, bubble. The very concept of a bubble in game terms means you don't take damage. It's okay, our mana has regen from the jump we cast. By the time we get back. Okay, so... I just decided to not be precise about it. I was trying to be too precise last time. I shouldn't have even bothered. There, and that should be our last magic up in the entire game. Fun fact, this puzzle did require the fairy spell back in the original, which is actually worse than the Kuko, like, transformation. Speaking of, who's ready for the boss? This is gonna suck. I still only have 2 lives. From the last dungeon, I still only have 2 lives. Let's stop being a Kuko. You know what? No, actually, let's go back to being a Kuko. Sorry, I just had a thought. In fact, yeah, let's do this. So yeah, this boss sucked in the original. Let's see what they do with it here. Ow. This is so stupid. This is such a stupid strategy. I can't believe that worked. Jump plus Kuko equals win. See, the thing is, the distinction there, and the reason why that only works in Kuko form, I think I mentioned this before. You have aerial control when you're bouncing as a Kuko. You do not as a person. So there's your answer, Talia. 9. We do actually go up to 9 with each. Okay, let's go get the Thunder Spell. And then let's get this last slime and see what that's actually worth. Oop, oop. Hi, Dream Whisperer. Kasuto. Who's Kasuto? The town is dead. Look east in the woods. Okay. We did that, but thanks. Town's also on fire. Yeah, this song is unintentionally quite appropriate. Oh God, Trafen, don't curse me like that. There's thunder. Eighth is northwest. Thanks! That's interesting that it does leave you with one you have to guess, no matter what. Although at that point, that's a joke, right? Ooh, I'll take that. So I'm missing one heart piece somewhere. That's interesting. Guess we need to strike the rock with thunder. Just this town, Dream Whisperer. I'm just being thorough, in case there's anything here. And probably missing stuff. Okay. Ah. I should probably game over so I can reset everything, but I want to kind of lock a bunch of stuff in with a save first before I do that. I'm almost positive I wouldn't lose anything, but I'd really rather not risk it. That would just be my luck, right? I'm actually going the wrong way, too. Now, you should never feel bad about dicking around in WoW. Unless you're me, and you could have been getting work done instead. I mean, what's sad is I knew what you meant immediately, Mr. Red. Okay, this way? No. No, it's not this way. It's this way. You know what? It's actually faster on here. Let's just do this. You know what's really sad? So, I've been looking forward to playing this game for the better part of a year now, right? When I first added it to my own personal, I want to try this list. But as recently as like a couple days ago when I was first starting it up, I was starting to feel nervous about the run. Because Zelda 2 was Zelda 2, right? Like, that was rough. And unpleasant to play at certain parts. And playing that without any kind of safety barrier like a save state was really worrying me. And I just wanted to share how extremely wrong I was and how grateful I am that this game is actually freaking good. Whoops, nope, I'm not going here. Yeah, I'm never going back to Zelda 2. Someone actually asked me. In fact, could someone do me a favor and check the website? What replay rating did I give Zelda 2? I'm actually curious. I'm also going the wrong way. Gosh darn it, where am I going? There is still not much story, no. They haven't added much. Okay, 1 exclamation mark. That sounds about right. I didn't give 2 exclamation marks because, honestly, the first part of the game is still pretty solid. And is still pretty fun. It's strange, Kennex Cow, but yeah, a game I was looking forward to has turned out to be quite good. Broken clock, I suppose. I mean, usually when there's a game I'm looking forward to playing, it's because I already know it's good. And even then, I'm wrong sometimes. Give me a sec, Talia. It's okay, random. Several people answered it. I have this mythical thing. I call it the website. It's, fake news, apparently. Oh, yeah, XCOM 2, that was jarring. I still feel weird about that one. I was really looking forward to Starfield. I was really looking forward to Deathloop. That was a weird one. No, Mr. Red, I don't think I got time to do it. I wasn't actually in WoW anyways, I was just looking something up for someone. You'd have to buy me a new computer off the deep end, among other things. And that is 12 slimes. Oh my god, I just realized one of the biggest issues with Thunderbird is fixed by the addition of Mono Regen. So for those of you who don't remember, Thunderbird sucks as a boss. It's functionally the last boss. And the problem is you have to cast Thunder at the beginning of the fight, which will never get cheaper than 64 mana for cast. So you have to walk in there with lots of mana and a full mana tank, and then cast Thunder, and then cast Jump. And that's it. Like, that's your lot. But if you could survive long enough with the regen, you could get enough mana to eventually start casting something like, say, Protect and Heal. Because, yeah, as Action Man is pointing out, you had to choose. So I automatically pick Jump, obviously. But if you cast Jump, you cannot heal. And if you cast Heal, you cannot Protect, I want to say. Something like that. I forget the exact combinations, but you're locked in, is the point. And if you screw up, sucks to be you. I'm curious if they're gonna do anything with Dark Link in this version. Don't spoil me. You know we've got to do it, Action Man. You know we've got to try that. Kuko Forum Supremacy. Okay. So, big moment. What do we get for 12 slimes? We get to see Zelda. Hey, Zelda, what's going on? Pretender! Okay, damn it. Okay. Weird Metroidy thing. Where the hell is this? Aha! Ah! Hang on one sec. Hang on. So is it just the normal music here? Even though it's a new area? Yeah, it sounded like it was a new track. I mean, it was based on a mix of, I believe, Ocarina. But I thought it was a new track. I was wrong. Okay, whatever. Back to random. Oh, Jesus. Pay attention, Lord. Pay attention. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Use that fairy, please. There we go. Jeez Louise. Done, Talia. Yeah, there's different tracks out here when randomized. Like this one's from oh god, Link's Awakening, I think? It's one of the Game Boy ones. Yeah, Forest, that's right. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Ugh. Run, 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 run! Continue running! I was actually thinking that earlier, Talia. Because, yeah, that would be mean. That's because the Oracle tracks have awesome songs. Of course they do. They're Capcom. Of course Capcom has banger songs, right? I have heard a lot of people complaining about Metroid Prime 4, yes. I have been trying very hard not to listen to any of that, because I prefer to make up my own mind when we get there. It's another game I need to, like, slot into the schedule somewhere. Just people complaining. Game's not even out yet, people are already complaining. Prime 4 is not funded, correct. But it will be. Evil laughter. What the heck? Okay. Wait. No, Ross. So I can shoot things through a vulnerability, but... Did my attack range increase? Oh, you're right. I get the beam without full health. So I get the beam regardless. I can shoot through armored enemies. And my attack range has been increased. See, that is a smart upgrade right there. Look at that. Yeah, I can just hit these now. No, off the deeper end. But it might add a positive for, you know, the additional kit. Yeah, they put the Master Sword in Zelda 2. And we got it as Zelda. Very appropriate, I think. Yeah, The Legend of Zelda is finally aptly named. I'll just ask outright. Pumpernickel, is there anything else out here? Not that I'm complaining, I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay. So... what are we missing? We're missing one heart container somewhere. So Eleazar, you asked, is Konami one of the worst gaming companies, or is EA still the baddest? Oh, that question makes me sad. Okay, let's start with the misconception that EA is one of the worst companies. Yes, I know the Saudis just recently bought them, but EA has actually been one of the best companies for a long time now. And it continues to irritate me how many people continue to repeat the wrong impression of the fact that EA is like the devil. Especially when there's so many worse companies out there. I wouldn't even put EA in the bottom 5 of companies. Maybe bottom 10. I'd have to think about that. Let's start with that. Second of all, Konami is barely a game developer anymore. They've been a gambling company for over a decade now. Konami doesn't do anything. So I'm going to answer your question with NA, non-applicable. Okay, so now that we've saved, nothing seems to be happening. I tried button and then select and then select and then button, and neither did anything. So I am missing a heart piece. Let's cheat and glance at the map really quick. Is there a heart piece towards the end? Yes. There's a heart piece in the run. Cute. Anything else over there? Looks like no. Okay. Yeah, I think it's time to do the run. So let's head over there. Ah! Is this game long for an RPG? No. Is Pokemon Red and Blue a short game versus other RPGs? I have no idea. Why don't you look at how much time we spent on it? FromSoft is fine. Sony's the problem there. And to be clear, I reserve a lot of ire for Sony as well. I should probably refill my frickin' lives. I'm trying to think what the closest would be. I guess that would be the closest. So let's go down here. Yeah, so Microsoft is terrible. Tencent is terrible. 2K Games is terrible. Ubisoft is terrible. Yeah, Take-Two, I would say only... yeah, Take-Two or 2K, it's the same company. Only two companies challenge Take-Two for the worst for me. That would be Ubisoft, a company that, I remind you, actually had people go to jail. Excuse me, no, that's wrong. Excuse me. Go to prison because they were convicted, which, as a reminder, is the last step of the judicial process, of various crimes against the women who work there. Which I emphasize because that is so much worse than anything else you've heard about that nonsense. Like, that is pretty much the bottom of that barrel. So yeah, Ubisoft was really bad about that. But the other one would be Tencent. Ah! A lot of Blizzard, ex-Blizzard developers are absolutely the same kind of scumbags as that. None of them work there anymore. It's nice. I don't know why I did that. Save, please. Yeah, they never reached the point of criminal convictions at Blizzard, but they did force a lot of them out. There was a lot of cleaning house. And when Bobby Kotick was forced out, that also got rid of a lot of Bobby Kotick's thugs, which also helped clean things up a bit. He was. I don't like throwing around the word evil because it's misused, but Bobby Kotick was an evil man. And still is, obviously. What are you doing, Lore? Refilling my lives. Yeah, Tencent is probably the actual worst. I usually put Tencent and Ubisoft at the top of the worst list. Embracer is also pretty awful. Yes, 100%. Now, Embracer is awful in a different way. So, most of the companies I've just listed are criminal. And I'm just going to use that word because it's an apt word to describe them. They are abusive. They are, like, violent. They use thugs. They are abusive towards women. Just all kinds of wonderful, horrible, fun, terrible stuff. They suck. Embracer is different. Embracer is more like what you'd expect out of... Like, think about a movie off the top of your head where the corporate stoolies are the bad guys, right? That's Embracer Group. There's no active malevolence. There's nothing that can be proven in court. There's nothing that can be taken back to them like that. It's just, they're just kind of legally terrible, if that makes sense. Oh, hello. There's a song for you. Ooh, okay. Yeah, they're just a horrible corporation. A more or less typical horrible corporation. Yeah, exactly, Blizzard Snow. Hello. Just gonna chill here for a second. So yeah, Embracer's awful. It's just a different flavor of awful. Oh, last art piece. Power. I do believe that's basically 100%. Whoop, God, I hate these enemies. Maybe I should be doing this as the Kuko. Yes, Talia, yes. Now you understand. Although, I don't know if there's a Castlevania 2 remake. I mean, I'm sure there is, I just haven't looked into it. So this is the run, by the way. I talked this up last time, and for good reason, because the run is terrible. And it is. Let's see how terrible it is this time around. You know what? Hang on. Go away. Just gonna be cautious. No reason to get blindingly raged again. I'm gonna laugh, though. This is just a joke compared to last time. Which is... It's gonna be. Like, that's where we're at. I mean, if I really needed to, I could probably stop at any given point in time and just let my mana regen. It'd be boring, so I don't want to do that. Yeah, just have a little... Ask me anything. That's awful still. It's just basically a health tax on that Lizalfos. Nice and cautious here. No rush. Haven't died yet, so we're already doing better than last time. Knock on wood. I think it's just the general idea of monsters being allied with whoever the king of monsters happens to be. And Ganondorf kind of got grandfathered into that. Like Dracula, if you pay attention to the Castlevania mythos. Not that anyone knows the lore of Castlevania. It'd be ridiculous. Who knows? I can block those now. I guess that makes sense. I just realized we're still going to encounter the frickin' bird people. I should probably actually take my own advice and stop soon. To recover a little. Get rid of those. Yeah, exactly, off the deep end. Which, again, roll my eyes. I think so, yeah, Chill Pangolin. Okay, why don't we take Mount advice? Let's pause for a second. Let's blow every spell. I'm just gonna chill here for a minute. Put the controller down. Stretch the thumb a little. The lore of the Castlevania games? It's actually simpler than you'd think. Once upon a time, there was this guy named Matthias Kronkfist. And he was a crusader who fought for God in the Crusades. He was off fighting. This is the actual lore as presented in game. When he finally got home, his wife died in his absence. He was pissed. Now, it's worth noting the Kronkfist family had always had a series of alchemists in their group, in their wheelhouse. And so when he found out about all this, he started looking into alchemy to figure out some way to bring his wife back. He came up with nothing, because, you know, even though alchemy is magic within that setting, it can't do that, not without some kind of cost. And he realized, amusingly, that that would be the wrong thing to do. So instead, he was like, well, I'm going to get my revenge. I must get my revenge.
Zeiss.
Against Zeiss. So he looked into it and he found out that there was this artifact. There's actually 2 artifacts.
You don't have a shirt on.
Yep.
Go find clothes.
Yes, this is the Rage Quit Gauntlet. This is the run, Caspian. So far, we haven't died yet.
Oh, you finished the lesbian horror game.
We did. It was very horrifying. Extremely depressing. I'm glad I never have to think about it again.
It's the last of the games that snuck in?
Yeah.
After you made the ban?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's good.
You
should thank them for finally funding it so it could go away.
Thank you for finally funding Signalis and Diddy, especially if you're watching, because you're the one who did it specifically.
So that it could go away.
It's gone forever. Try. I see it. That's good. That's a big chunk. How did that sneak on there?
I don't know.
It's sticking there. That's how it snuck on there. Get off. Get off. What the hell? Hang on.
Where's it?
Go find a shirt.
It's
On my glasses.
Mama's glasses. Okay, try now.
Another.
Yay. Okay, so.
Now I can see chat. No one said hi to me.
No one said hi to my sister?
No, they hate me now.
It's true.
I'm gonna have to go like die because the internet doesn't say hi.
No. This is the beginning of your villain arc. This is your motive right here.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. All right. So, does that make you the hero?
God, I hope not. Oh, I don't want to deal with that. Wouldn't I be like the man behind the man or whatever? Or I guess in this case, man behind the woman.
No, because I don't need a man behind me.
No. Like the secret manipulator behind the scenes.
Oh, so you're evil.
No. I actually listened to that clip again recently. You remember the one with the middle one? Saying that I'm evil on stream during Stardew Valley. You should go watch that clip if you haven't. Guess the number to become the hero.
Bye.
Bye. Whoa, wave of cold. What are you doing? No, why?
Turning it around because it colded on me.
Well, yeah. There's like a wave of cold that just swooped in there.
Yeah, and I didn't like it, so I turned the thing off. Did you shut your vent, or did you just block your vent?
It's just blocked.
You know, you can shut it, too.
I can, but if I do, it makes a very high-pitched whine.
Oh!
So, that's why this solution exists. I figured that out like the first day. I was like, oh god, that's not happening.
Alright, I'm running away.
Several people say bye.
Bye, several people.
Okay, Contradiction, Dead Space, and Spider-Man 2. Thank you, Chill Pangolin, very much, as always. Right, so I promised you some more Castlevania lore. We haven't quite regened all our mana yet. Let's pop that. And just keep waiting here for a minute. So, with his alchemy, he discovered there were 2 major alchemical artifacts. I forget what they were called exactly. One was of shadow and one was of blood. The one of blood gave control over an entity, a spiritual entity, who was a long-standing friend of the family. His name is Death. You probably recognize him as a recurring boss in the franchise. The other thing gave the power over the night and the ability to control the night, blah, blah, blah. So Matthias forged the one artifact, the blood artifact, gained the ally of death, and then set into play a series of events in order to ensure that things would happen a certain way that his friend, the first of the Belmont clan, would be able to go and kill a major vampire lord who, I don't even remember his name, it doesn't matter. Once that vampire lord was dead, Matthias was able to claim the shadow artifact from him. With both artifacts, he was able to make himself an artificial vampire and use that to live forever. And that was it, actually. That's his big evil revenge scheme, is to live forever in spite of God. Ooh, that was actually close. Probably Chill Penguin? Did I see it? Hang on, did I miss a donation? I might have missed a donation. Hang on. Your timing, Chill Penguin. Why? Why? Okay, okay. It's a pretty bad revenge scheme, yeah. Now you're probably thinking, hang on, how did they go from that to anything else? Okay, yes, yesterday Papaneeks donated... I already jotted this down, this is already in. $3 towards Ring Racers, Hayseed Night, and Sonic Adventure 2. If that's it, Chill Penguin, then that be it. Now you're probably thinking, how did Dracula escalate? Well, the thing is, and this is the exact same story idea we were just talking about with Ganondorf. The thing with Matthias, Dracula, obviously, simply being such a nexus point of undead, dark, unholy energy, because that's what those artifacts were made of, made it so that a lot of other creatures started gravitating towards him over time. And that kind of started influencing him. And this is when we get into some vague Castlevania lore that they've never really fully codified. Because there's a being in Castlevania called Chaos, which itself is also related to the concept of chaos. As with most settings, chaos is evil. So, Chaos eventually gravitated towards Dracula and eventually started using him as, let's call him an anchor point for Earth. So Chaos would, every time Dracula would die, and he would die several times, Chaos would work to make sure that he would come back one way or another, and then would start using him as an anchor point to try and start invading the world. And yeah, so like, Dracula kind of became the Satan of the world, unwillingly. And some of the more interesting Castlevania games kind of play with this, about how much Dracula himself was not particularly fond of this. But by the time he had reached that point, it was already way too late, right? Eventually, what ends up happening is Dracula is permanently destroyed in a way, but because of Chaos's machinations, there's still an effort to try and tunnel a way back into Earth and influence the world with that chaos, which leads to some of the later games. Anyways, so that's Castlevania lore in a nutshell. Hey, we just did the run with no deaths. Casually, like while I was talking about Castlevania. So I'm going to get rid of the run negatives, of which we used to have 5. So we're just going to do that. And, yeah. Yeah, I know, right? Chill Penguin, it is kind of strange, but whatever. Part of the problem was the Castlevania lore had really started developing in the DS era, and then Konami stopped making video games. We were talking about this earlier. And so it felt like they were building up to something, and that never happened, right? Like, they never got anywhere with that. So, Final Legend time. I believe the Castlevania anime covers the events of surrounding Castlevania 3, which was the backstory of Symphony of the Night. Well, okay, so these are the bird jackasses. You heard me reference them a few times. They're Iron Knuckles, but they jump. I think they have more health, too. They suck. They're the worst enemy in the game. So the biggest detriment of the Grand Palace back in the day, was that it was large. This was a huge dungeon, and over half of it was unnecessary too. Yep, it has loop points. It has traps, essentially. I mean, I guess they're literally traps. What I mean by that is there are parts where if you fall, good luck getting back. I'm ready, Ross. Okay. What? So we get a shortcut to the Grand Palace. Yeah, I guess we'll go save now that we've got the run locked in. That's... Oh, whoops. I should probably actually go in and get the heal. Wait, no, let me in, please. I need the tea. Or whatever. See, I always figured, like, the health person was food and the mana person was, like, a really nice tea or whatever. So, we've got the Protect Ring, we've got the Master Sword, we've got a save, we've got max health, max everything, actually. We're missing one life, which we get in the Grand Palace, and we're missing one thing next to the ferry. Am I actually missing something, or is that like a bonus, super optional New Game Plus thing? More so than the Master Sword of the frickin' ring. Okay. Let's just say, how much do I need to be worried about that? We did the stones. You can tell because we have the Protect spell on right now. Oop, oop, oop. So all the gold slimes got us the Master Sword, which lets us do a charge attack, or excuse me, a laser attack, sword attack? Sword beam? We'll call it a sword beam. Even when you're not at full health, it increases the range of the attack itself, and it now penetrates things that normally it couldn't hit. So let's see how similar this is to the original. The major problem with the Grand Palace in the original was the screw-off loop. Again, fully half of the loop of the entire dungeon was just there to punish you if you failed at one jump, and that was just awful. That is a good question, Ross. We're going to find out. I'm not going to close off the guessing game just yet, just in case there's some post-gamey stuff kind of thing. I've always assumed the Zonai. Always. Ever since I heard about the Zonai in Tears, I assumed they were based off of these guys, because if you remember, in the lore of the game, these are actually our allies. Ancient allies of Hyrule who were entrusted with the Triforce, and are specifically here to contest us, to make sure that we are worthy enough in order to be able to use it. Now, that actually makes no real narrative sense because we have to go through the run to get here. And, like, if we had to go through all that nonsense to get here, why is this here? Like, I know that sounds strange, but what I mean by that is the whole point narratively of the area surrounding the run is that it's falling to a lot of the forces of Evil Ganon, blah, 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 blah. But, like, these aren't the forces of Evil Ganon. These are the Zonai, or the bird people, or whatever. So, why are they here? Now, we could patch over this a little bit. We could. We could probably do a little spit and spackle and try to say that, well, maybe it's that the bird people are the last bastion. They're one of the only survivors, and everything around them has been getting destroyed by the survivors of Ganon's forces. Both, actually, Danielle. Mostly the Hyrule Historia, though. The manual is kind of out of it. I don't remember these even being in this dungeon. Is this a thing in the original? Hang on, I'm gaslighting myself a little bit here. Yeah, the Thunderbird is supposed to be like an ultimate bird people thing. It's one of their most powerful guardians, which in context clues probably means it's a Zonai. You notice all the statues in here are all of the Zonai as well. Or, excuse me, bird people. Who may or may not be Zonai. Bird people formerly known as Zonai. Well, this still feels like I'm going the right way. So that's a bad sign. They're the Chozo, oh my god. That's an interesting question. When did the Chozo become bird people? I guess that would have been in Super, wouldn't it? Oh, red guys, red guys. Red guys. I'm gonna go and kill this guy, or try to. Oh, I didn't answer your question, Ross. I'm sorry. FF10R is just the remastered version, which has built-in cheats and a few other low-quality life changes. That's it. This doesn't look right. Oh, do we have a map for this place? We do have a map for this place. I wonder how useless that's going to be. Kuko form continues to be supreme. Okay, so we don't have the key. The only key. We just peck these anti-furries to death here. Is there nothing here? Seriously, is there nothing here? Also, we're going to be stuck with this loop for a while. Let's see if we can... I don't know, Mr. Ed, but I'm tired of all the violence. Is there seriously nothing here? Okay. Okay. Remember what I just talked about there being no dead ends in these dungeons? Right. I don't remember. I don't remember if the fish were in the original. I know these rotating flames are. These are straight out of Mario Brothers 1. Or 3, depending on which sprite set they used. Why do you have so much health? Is there nothing here either? That's 2 dead ends now. Okay. I was gonna say, maybe that's where I fall, right there. I am too, Ross. Sorry, I didn't respond to that earlier. I'll be completely honest with you, I was not expecting liking Tears. The whole Zelda run was actually fascinating, going through the whole thing. Bunch of games that performed completely differently from what I was expecting. Ugh. Thanks for that. These freaking fish are just so well positioned. Oh my god. I mean, yeah, Ross, that's pretty much where I was at. Hey, Atolikar, sorry. I hope you're enjoying the remix. Thank you very much. I'll put that towards the various upcoming WoW runs. You know what it was, Ross? You know what it was? Tears was to Breath of the Wild what this is to Zelda 2. Changed my mind. Yeah, I screwed that up. That's true. I hit the cheat flag pretty early on in Tears. Well, actually, I never hit the cheat flag. I just hit the grind point in Tears. Hello. Okay. I stand by that. I've actually had people argue with me about that. That I did, in fact, cheat and should count it as cheating. And I am just not going to agree with that. So I used a dupe glitch, put very simply, to make it so that certain items which I had on farm, and every single time I did this, the item in question was something I could go farm. I was quite thorough about that. Then I would just go and, you know, glitch, dupe it, rather than go and farm it. And then I went ahead and tacked on some time to accommodate the time I would have spent doing it. That's an interesting question, Fun Falkenstein. So obviously we could not possibly use something called Cheat Engine in a Switch, because Cheat Engine is a PC program. However, to answer your question, let me pose a hypothetical, and you can push back against this if you want. There's been a lot of arguments about this topic over the years. Too many, quite frankly. Let's say for a moment that I am farming... let's use this very game. Let's say I go and I start farming anti-fairies. And I'm farming the anti-fairies, and I'm farming the anti-fairies. And I've committed to sitting here and farming anti-fairies until I get to level blah. We'll say 15, even though that doesn't exist. So I'm just sitting here farming up to level 15. If I then go use a cheat, even cheat engine, to be like, here's the experience for how much, you know, for getting myself to level 15, that is not actually cheating. It is reducing the amount of time I've spent on the game in a manner that I have already proven I can do. It is actually, we actually have a term for that. It's called means to an end. Is this another dead end? What's with all these dead ends? Now, when it comes to reviews, I very rarely pull that button. You have to be a particularly boring or grindy game for me to pull that button, pull that trigger. But that was tears, to be quite honest. We also add that review time, because duh. Functionally speaking, we just sat there for an hour or whatever. And grinded. But nobody wants to see a review of me just sitting there for an hour grinding. In fact, for the Trails in the Sky review, I specifically did all that crap. That wasn't actually cheating, of course. But I just did all the grinding off camera because it was insisted that I don't use means to an end cheating to progress things. So, I didn't take lunch breaks, and instead spent the time grinding, so you wouldn't have to watch me grind. Yeah, it's just padding. I will never feel bad about removing straight padding from a game. Especially in an area where I've already demonstrated the ability to make it happen the slow way. Aw, timed that completely wrong. Oh well. No, you're thinking of Tales of push-ups. Whoops. I didn't mean to hit that button. What, like a joke, Ross? Oh, grinded. No, Persona 5 had no grind, ironically. For a game that is as hilariously long as that game is. You might also be thinking of Xenoblade 2, which is a very boob-tastic game. And this requires the key, which we still have not found. I mean, you think I'm joking. Xenoblade 2 is hilariously boob-tastic. It has boob-splosions everywhere. Well, let's try further down. That requires the key! Okay. That requires the key, that requires the key, that requires the key. Alright. I have not reviewed Xenoblade 2, though. Literally, just do an image search of Xenoblade 2. If you really feel like it, you could type in boobs on top of it. Okay, I don't think we went left here. Let's go left here. Xenoblade 2 is on the list, but it is absolutely nowhere towards funding. Because like every Xenoblade game, it's a bajillion hours. I have never actually gotten the bunny, if that's what you're asking, Danielle. God, this dungeon is huge. Look at this friggin' place. I don't even know how far we are through this place. Dragon Quest tends to be not particularly boob-tastic. Anytime they do that, it's almost always for laughs. There are 2 exceptions. One is in Dragon Quest VIII, and one is in Dragon Quest XI. That's it. The Bunny Girl outfit goes all the way back to Dragon Quest III, I want to say? It's an old joke. Or if you could call that a joke. Usually because of an asshole in charge of answering the wish tracks, yeah. Oh, hey, this looks familiar. We've actually been in this room already. Okay, so that's like 4 dead ends now. Jeez Louise. Generally speaking, I would prefer not to use an option like that, Chill Pangolin. But it's a fan game, so all bets are off, and I don't want to be unkind to fan gamers, fan game designers. But most fan game designers wouldn't know power progression curves if it walked up and smacked them in the face. There are an inordinate quantity of good fan games that just decide arbitrarily to crank up the grind, while doing nothing to compensate. Well, we fell. I mean, we didn't lose anything. We still haven't found the frickin' key. So unless it's way up left, we're fine. Yeah, like, I don't feel bad about that fall, because whatever. We were at a dead end anyways. I will leave that there. I bet it is, Mook. I bet it is. Yeah, sure, Ross, hit me. I can actually tell you my first Game Genie story, because I remember it distinctly. Come back here. Bird must not fight bird. Anyways, point being, Chill Pangolin, if it's like a feature that I don't have to use, that'd be nice, you know? Oh, that's a good point. It would be helpful in catching all, too. That's very valid. So, maybe. Leaning towards yes would be the answer. So, which of the many stages where that would softlock you did that softlock you, Ross? Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Haven't I been here? No. Okay. Death. Okay. Hang on, let's leave. Refresh those things. So, my first cheating story with the Game Genie was on Super Mario Bros. 3. Now, I know what you're thinking. Oh my god, that game is so easy. No, 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 no. It was a long time before I started using a Game Genie to cheat in what you're probably considering as the word. No, I used it to screw around. And one of the cheats in Mario 3 was called Moon Jump. Now, with the advantage of time and hindsight and a little bit more programming knowledge, I can tell you that what it did was it adjusted the pushback against the gravity variable in order to make it so that your jumps never started... How do I explain this? The way they would do jumps is there's always a gravity. Every frame, there's a calculation running in the background, which is pulling everything down at a set rate. That's gravity, right? When you jump, what it does is it ceases gravity while you're at the incline, and then based on how long you hold down the level, there's a point at which it has like a gradient, and it starts slowly applying gravity again until you get back to regular gravity. So gravity goes away and then comes back. That's how the jump works mechanically. That's how the programming works. So what this Game Genie code did was it got rid of that gravity coming back step. So you would just go, and then you'd never come down. I soft locked immediately. Yeah, I'm with TSB. So every single stage, and I've been paying attention, because it's my job, hasn't been doing repeat areas, but this is the third area that looks exactly the same. It's not exactly the same. The enemies are slightly different. But there are 3 of these rooms which are identical, and that's just that one room. And that's not great in a dungeon this large. Every other dungeon, each room, each area has been distinct to the point where you can tell where you are, just by virtue of looking around and going through it. Oh. Okay, that's bad. Okay, hang on. There is someplace we haven't been. It might not be a solution, because there's dead ends in this game, in this dungeon. It's another thing I don't care about this. First ever soft lock. I remember it because I was so confused about it. But I'm not sure if that was actually... Sorry, let me say that sentence differently. I'm not sure if that was my first soft lock. Let me check my memory a little bit better there first. I'm not counting the story I just told you. Because otherwise that's probably it right there. Yep, nope. I soft-locked in Earthbound, and I soft-locked in FF4. Hi, Dakota. But was there an incident before that? There was this proto freelancer game. I don't remember the name of it anymore. It was an old DOS game, right? Oh, hello. There we go. Man. Oh my god. 999. Is anything cheaper? Jump is cheaper. Heal is finally cheaper. Heal is 40 instead of 50. Holy crap. It took the entire game and max mana to finally reach that point, but we made it. That's right, Thunder's cheaper too. Very nice. Well, bad news. This was basically a dead end. Okay. Well, we could avoid the fall, I guess. No, that was a key door. It's a set table to quote it. It's not like a math thing. It's just at level 3, this costs 15. At level 4, this costs 10, kind of a deal. Good morning, Sean. Okay. So in that, I'm going to finish my story super quick. Space game, right? And it was kind of a pseudo early, not very good freelancer game. One of the major plot points, one of the major MSQ progression points was you had to go and you had to buy a new hyperdrive. Now, if you didn't buy the new hyperdrive, then you couldn't access other systems. You were literally stuck within the same solar system because you had no FTL, which makes sense. So I'm like, okay, sure. But the thing is, there was a finite amount of money that was capable of being made. And I spent it all on other stuff. So by the time I needed the drive, I couldn't afford it. I naturally assumed there was something wrong with me, as I tend to assume in games when I have an issue like that. So I'm like, it's okay, surely I've just made a mistake. And there's no internet to check this, there's no game facts, there's no anything. Now, by great fortune, I actually had a friend who'd been playing that game. No, it wasn't Privateer, it was top-down. I remember it, I could picture it in my head. By great fortune, I had another friend who'd been playing that. And he was able to be like, oh, yeah, no, you gotta go buy the hyperdrive to get the thing. Well, I'm like, well, I don't have the money to buy the hyperdrive. He's like, why don't you do the missions? I'm like, I've done all the missions. I might have to pull up a map. But first, let's change the music again. Sure, we'll leave it this for a moment. No. Leave menu. There we go. I'm gonna check a map. I'm not sure where to go. Holy schmoly. Let's see. I hope so too, Roz. Okay. So, first step is get the master key. Oh, Jesus. Okay, hang on. So, game with the most soft lock potential? Older games are more in danger of that than modern games, and even many older games had designed to prevent that. No push-ups, because there was no vendor mechanic to speak of. I mean, obviously there was, but what I mean by that is, in the traditional sense, there were no vendors. There was an NPC who had a quest, which would take some of your money to give you an item, if that makes sense. So there's no repeat transactions, right? It also meant there was no selling. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do this. Ah! Okay, hang on. First elevator, take a left. Second elevator, take a left. Third elevator. First, second. Third elevator, down. Fourth elevator, down. What? Also true, Dakota. Hang on. Let's just get back up here. A modern game with a soft lock. I mean, my default answer is no, because I'm not thinking of anything off the top of my head. If we count individual quests, we actually softlocked Baldur's Gate 3 last night. Just that one quest, though. And let me tell you, that was a pretty ridiculous softlock to fall into. So, in Act 3, there's a quest... none of this is really spoilers, so I'm just going to tell you. There's a quest where it turns out the pigeons are being eaten. Oh, no! And we have to go and we have to stop the pigeons from being eaten so the letters can get through. So we go and we find the source of the problem, and it gives us a ring, and then we can't interact with it anymore. Quest is not completed. Now, we were able to fix that relatively easily. All we had to do is rewind and, reload a previous save, get back to that point, make sure we had the right spell on us when we talked to the NPC, then talk to the NPC, then we could progress. But still, that was kind of irritating. Okay, so from the first elevator, go left. We're just going to follow the directions here. Very curious where this is taking me. I already kind of don't like this. Okay, so second elevator. I'm gonna go left again. Actually, where we just came. Hell, I had entire quest chains not even fire when I was playing. I've heard so many people defend that. It's actually funny. As if there couldn't be anything wrong with their perfect game. Okay, third elevator down? Alright. Literally just came through here. The biggest thing that irritated me about Baldur's Gate 3 was the fans. It's the same reason I'm actually concerned about Expedition 33, even though it's probably a good game. Okay, so down, maybe? Hang on. Do you have any visuals? I like visuals. Okay, yes, here. So we go down here. Okay. Then I'm going to go left and then go down again. Okay. I mean, Undertale, right? I haven't actually interacted with the Undertale fanbase, and I hope to God I never do. But speaking as someone who really likes Undertale, I've heard nothing but bad things about Undertale fans. Again, I just mentioned this earlier today. One of the most negative piles of comments I ever got on any video ever was of me praising Arcanum because I wasn't praising it enough. Okay, all the way to the bottom then. I mean, honestly, RPG fans in general tend to be terrible. Let's just be really honest about that. That's not a new thing. From my perspective, that goes back to the NES era. Hold on. Is this all the way down we're going here? Yes. Okay. Really, Morganite? Jeez. Yeah, like I didn't see that coming. Stupid slimes. No, it's the armor. So we have the protect spell by default now. Okay. Okay, we're okay, we're okay. It's not a bombless pit, we're okay. Hey, hello. This is new. And we also have, like, 9 health. That is to say, 9 defense. So we have 9 defense, and we take half damage right now. I can actually make it even more by casting the protect spell. Thank you for being part of the show, Bregman. And I will put that towards several things. Which include, but are not limited to, Princess Peach Showtime, Hi-Fi Rush, and Stellaris. Okay. You know what, sure. Just get some variety here. My favorite individual change. Ooh, that's a tough one. Because so many of the core 3 changes... I'm saying that wrong. Each of the core 3 changes makes this game so much better by themselves. Ooh, God, I'm really torn on that. I think if I had to pick one change, one single thing, it would be the overhaul to the game over and lives system. So for those who don't know how that works, in the original, you got 3 lives. There are actually some lives in the world, but if you picked them up, they were used the time you used them. They would be gone after you used them. Forever, in other words. Hello. I don't know if I want to be a Kuko for this. In fact, let's get a protect spell going here. So what that meant is you would have your lives, and if you died, you would go back to you would go back to the last cell you had just entered, so last screen transition, essentially. Ooh. No, he hits like a truck. This is with quad damage reduction. That is to say, 1/4 damage reduction. He also has a lot of health. I need to be more Berserker, actually. He's gonna kill me otherwise. No, he has too much health. Damn! Okay, so anyways, what would happen in the original if you died is this. You'd go back to the last cell, which is the last screen transition, right? Actual honest-to-God death. Wow. It's the first boss that's been a straight-up stat check in the whole game. Of course, it's in the last game. So yeah, we're just gonna Berserker this guy. Because, yeah... Nope, 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 get closer. Get closer. Get closer. Ugh. Damn it, I had a good tempo going there, and I just completely lost it. Damn! Holy crap. Okay. We'll try Kukoing it. I actually don't want to die now. Because I'd have to go all the way down here. Nope. Okay. Stop being a cuckoo. Ah! Ah! That was weird. I got physicsed a little bit. Yeah, the wind-up is doing damage. It's part of what's throwing me. Yeah, we could try it. No damage, as expected. Completely immune to it. Next death, we'll try Thunder. God, he just has so much health. Dude. Ah! He just cornered me! Oh my god! He just straight up cornered me. Alright, we'll try a Thunder, see if it does anything. I don't anticipate it will. Literally nothing. Cool. Ugh. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is MSQ. You need that to get the key. Wow. That might be the first bad boss in the entire game. Yeah, that's... I cannot even imagine doing that without, you know, quarter damage, maxed armor, and the freaking Master Sword with almost maxed sword. That's true, I didn't technically beat him. Okay, so... Now what? Oh god, if he scaled your stats, that's awful. I mean, Lord knows, Shadow Link has no real stats to speak of in the original game. He just takes X number of hits and does X damage, and that's it. Okay, so where the hell am I going now? I realize what song we're on. Let's fix that. That also ate a lot of our lives, I just noticed. Ah! I mean, we did get the shortcut, and we did get the key. So, progress has been made regardless. I would admittedly rather not go through all this nonsense again, but it is not the end of the world. Because we don't have to fight that jackass again. Yeah, it's not as soul-crushing, exactly. Oh, of course. Yeah, the point of using the jump was to get into range, not to kill, not to hit his head. I wasn't trying to hit his head. The momentum of the jumping strike carries your attack further forward. Thank God for that regen, speaking of which. It's like the cheapest spell I have. There we go. Let's just top off over here. Nope. Nope. God damn it. That is such a terrible angle. Let's just try from up here. Well, of course, it's considered a sign of weakness to talk about how hard a game is. That's not actually a joke, by the way. Oh, that's cute. Where are we? So we're here. Right? Yeah. We want to go down again, don't we? I think you just see me regen, because no is the answer to your question, Danielle. I mean, I can demonstrate that, see? Nothing's changing. A silent protagonist that's preferable over one that talks. Okay, so the technical answer to your question is no. However, I can think of several examples where the talking protagonist sucked. That's not really the... It's not that it would have been better if it was a silent, it's just it would have been better if it was a better character, so I don't think that's really answering your question. Like, it's relatively easy to think of a game where there's some jackass who will not shut up, right? Commenting about everything as it's happening. You know the type. So I'm going to go with no. Because that Chrono... Yeah, if Chrono being silent doesn't make Chrono Trigger better. Let me put that into simplistic terms. The Dragon Quest character is not talking doesn't make those characters better characters. In the most cases where there's a silent protagonist, it actually works. I cannot believe I managed that. The only reason it works is because there's enough other stuff to characterize them that isn't voiced. Doom Guy is probably the example of that in the more recent Doom games, where there's plenty of personality to the guy, despite the fact that he doesn't talk. Yeah, like, Doom Guy can talk. He's not actually a silent protag, and he is very well characterized. But that's my point. The characterization is what works there. I suppose I'm defeating my own point, actually. Because Doom Guy does work better because he is mostly voiceless. Hello. Because it makes sense for him to be, because it's part of his character. Honestly, Samus would qualify for that as well. Not being completely silent, but being someone who is, shall we say, taciturn, right? But I feel like that's kind of a different category. It is actually mentioned, probably as a joke, in, I believe, Breath of the Wild, that Link will not shut up. Like, Zelda mentions it took a while to get him to open up to and talk to her, and now she can't get him to shut up, or something like that, I think is the joke. Yeah, Chronotox as well. It's another good example of that. One thing I do like about the Grand Palace here, there's a lot of refills and fairies and Monas things all over the place to kind of help make this a little bit more palatable. Now here's the real question. How much do you think... Ooh, hello. I'll take that. How much do you think Luke is going to talk in the Zelda movie? That was a fairy over there. See, that's what I was thinking, Dream Whisperer. It's, again, going back to the Samus or the Doom Guy thing, it's fine if he talks. It's not a taboo. It just shouldn't be a commonality, right? And as long as that characterization is still there, it's fine. Zelda better be British! I'm kidding. Although, honestly, she probably will be. Yeah, where are we? So we are here. Okay. I have no idea, Dream Whisperer. I honestly haven't been paying that much attention. I do not think it'll be a good film. Oh my god, this bird! This bird! Huge amount of health loss for no good reason. So I remember this spot because this is a thing in the original too. Somewhere around here. Hello? Where is it? There it is. Damn, looks like I'm going to be just shy of getting that last sword upgrade. Oh, well. By just shy, I mean 2,000. No, I do not, off the deep breath. But you know what I do have faith in? Is that being a trap. Okay. Speaking of things I remember from the original. Actually, I'm curious. Is there anything to the right here? Like, say, an experience bag with 1,000 experience in it? Or 2,000 experience? No? Okay. This is what we call the Latin version of this song, I guess. Sure, I'll take a ferry, why not? Yeah, Blackjack just... Jack Black. Jack Black needs to be in it somewhere, obviously. He just needs to be in every video game movie from now on. Alright, whatever. Let's just get on with it. Whee! Okay, last minute experience. It's the shopkeep just hanging out. What? Can I help you? No? Okay, good. Okay, I probably don't want to be a Kuko for this. I'm actually going to be right back. Just going to let my mana regen for a second. I'll be right back. Okay. So, wish me luck. I usually suck at this boss. Okay, that was a complete joke compared to the last boss. What in the world? What? There's only one thing to do now. I'm gonna laugh. I'm 900 experience from maxing out my sword. Whatever, whatever. Oh, that's gonna bother me. Okay, final boss. For realsies. Totally. Maybe. Hey! That does look like Zelda. Yeah, no Kuko. I probably want the extra range of not being a Kuko, so let's just use the old trick. Okay, fine. Die! Die to the Kuko! Oh my god, we're still the Kuko. We're still the Kuko. Perfect. Wake up! Kuko? Oh my god! She's just holding himself. Don't kiss. Don't kiss. Don't do it. Oh my god. She totally did. No, wait, she was hungry. She was like, you know, I've been sleeping for a long time. Okay, hold on. So let me jot down some thoughts really quick. Wait, what? Ah! I didn't see what that said. No! Well, okay, hang on. Okay. Well, I think I hit the right thing. We got a potion of some kind. Runner, be brave and good luck on your journey. Thanks, I think. So we still have all our spells. We still have most of our experience. And all of our levels. We don't have any of that stuff. So yeah, we don't have our jars or potions or any of that stuff. I mean, that's still a decent New Game Plus. That's pretty much the same as it was last time. I just want to test something real quick. I believe... So, okay. I don't know for certainty, Dakota. In the original, every time you max... Like, you get quad 9, I think it is, experience after you've maxed out something, it gives you another life. Also, in the original, you were probably never going to see that happen, because there just wasn't that much experience in the game, unless you face grinded. If you just sat in a spot and face grinded, you could have that happen, but it was incredibly arduous to do. That's funny, Talia. Boop, boop, boop. I figured. Not really what I was testing, but I was curious anyways. And since I screwed up as is, might as well. What's the bottle do, though? Anyone idea what's with the bottle that Zelda gave me? Oh, God damn it. Beat the game and I suddenly suck at everything. Well, let me ask a side question here. What would it take to find out what the bottle does? Because I'm not playing the whole game again. Even with New Game Plus. You have to beat Tarly. So you have to beat the entire game to figure out what the bottle is. Holy crap. Okay. Ah, so there is new stuff after the Grand Palace. I mean, I'm sure this would be a bit, you know, faster, because duh. Still, I'd probably still want to go and farm the health ups and the mana ups in order to be able to fight Jackass. Because I probably don't have the key anymore. See, that would have been kind of cool. I mean, don't mistake me, it's a nice New Game Plus, but imagine if you kept the, oh, shoot. What's it called? The Master Key. The key that just makes it so you have infinite keys, functionally. So you just never have to think about keys as you're going back through the game again. You know, like this. Well, get your guesses in either way, because I'm going to lock that off pretty soon here. Oh my god. Go away, slimes. Why does it take it so long? I'm really curious about something. Although I just realized I can't test it properly this way, but whatever. Remember, if you don't put it in the document, Space Cadet, it doesn't count. As a reminder for everybody else who hasn't put it in the document. And I know what you're thinking, but how do I put it in the document? Well, there's actually two answers to that question. First of all, obviously, you can just type !guess into chat, and that will actually give you a link to the guessing sheet where you can just put in your name, put in your guess, and put what you want to put it towards if you win. But if you're watching this on the VODs, you're probably thinking, but how do I do it on the VODs, Laura? Well, here's the thing. There's a link to the guessing sheet in the VODs, in the description. At least there should be. If there isn't, that can be a thing that's rectified. So anybody who happens to be watching on YouTube on the VODs can also participate if they feel like it. You don't have to, of course. As usual, this is just for fun. I suppose that's true, Mook. I cannot deny that. Long story short, Walker, AI. And a bit of healthy greed. I mean... while we're here... someone was... I know I don't do lore weeks anymore, but someone was asking me what exactly is going on with the bubble. I think Lord Haremont was asking this too. So, it's actually extremely easy to summarize. It sounds like it's one of those big, complicated things, but it really isn't. It's actually very, very simple, okay? Companies borrowed money to build their AI models and to build their AI businesses, okay? The problem is, those businesses are not making money. They are, in fact, losing money hand over fist. Within this last year, so far, most of those companies have lost $14 billion, which is causing all kinds of related issues. So... well, it's easy. They borrowed money in order to pay that off. Okay. But the problem is that's kind of a pit at that point. They have to borrow in order to pay off for the AI. But of course, now they're in debt, so they have to borrow in order to pay off the debt and service the previous loan. Make sense? Now here's the deal. If at any point in time they stop borrowing, this whole bubble is going to collapse that second. Like, just like that. Is there any chance someone could edit Space Cadet's entry for him, please and thank you? So, where is all the money being borrowed from? This is where things get fun. It's almost entirely in all of the equity that's already being accounted for. Yeah, just type !guess, Walker, it's that thing. All of the equity that's already accounted for within the system. All of the investment. Now, investment is a pretty broad term. But if you have ever had a 401k, or if you've ever put money into stocks, or if you have a retirement fund, congratulations. That's the pool of money that's being pulled from in order to pull out these loans in order to lend money to people. Okay? Now, you're probably wondering, why would so many companies be willing to lend people? Well, two reasons. First of all, the yields are actually really high. Like, legitimately, thank you, Mook. legitimately very high yields. So most investment firms are just jumping on the opportunity to go ahead and fling money at this as fast as they possibly can. After all, it's pretty much guaranteed return on investment. Problem is, those investment firms who lended out money are now stuck in the exact same loop because they're now defaulting and need to actually borrow money in order to pay back the loans that they themselves had to pull out in order to lend money to other companies. You with me? This is why so many people have been trying to push back saying there's no bubble, the economy is fine, by looking at things like saying the stock market is fine, or that obviously there's no real issues with prices or industries or anything. Like everything's fine. But you have to understand, the stock market and the market in general don't track things like value. I know that sounds strange because you think that's the entire purpose of it, but no, what it actually tracks is how much money is flowing at a given point in time, whether it's real money or not. And yeah, confidence is another, that's a whole other thing. I don't want to get into that. Well, it's my grocery bill. With you on that. So, if all of the borrowing means a lot of money is flowing right now, a lot of fake money, but still a lot of money, which means all of that money is being accounted for as rotating through, which is considered a good thing, which is why stock prices are going up. It's also worth noting that that's also meaning a lot of these companies are making tons of money. As a reminder, most of that money does not actually exist, as they themselves are in imminent danger of defaulting on loans that they themselves cannot, already, as of now, cannot pay off. You with me so far? Actually, it's funny you say that. I was going to quote that word for word. That's a good way to put that, push-ups. So, every time another AI company, and there's been several, has announced another gigantic amount of investment from some firm or another, which they're dumping into AI, the stock goes up, but the growth isn't actually increasing, and the income hasn't changed 1 inch, right? So the stocks are being completely propped up by borrowing. Now, here's the thing, right? What could possibly burst the bubble? Now, there's actually several things, but here's the thing that's going to do it. Pretty much guaranteed. At some point or another, people will stop spending money on stuff, and because they just can't anymore, because prices will have raised to the point where they won't be able to afford things like, random example, no, push-ups. Although, I'd say we're less than a month outside of that. People can afford things like new RAM, for example. Oh, I can actually afford a heal spell, that's insane. Now I can't. So once we get to the point where, yeah, luxury shoe market is currently in the middle of completely imploding. That's a new attack. And this is already happening to RAM, and this is happening to a few other bits of plastic producers and microchip developers. And all kinds of industries are already kind of slowly starting to fall apart because no one's pumping real money into those industries. Nobody's buying, right? If they can't buy, then the banks tighten up, right? They reduce the amount of credit they give out, and that means companies no longer have the ability to roll their loans, which means they can't borrow, which means it collapses. But the thing is, that's not going to happen in one big kaflumph. 999. And yeah, most of that money, that real money, is getting cycled right back into the borrowing cycle, which is being dumped back into the AI pit. Yep, Turbomax, woo! Yeah, no, it's going to be a domino. One industry is going to go down, which is going to make more banks who are loaning that industry go down, which is going to make other industries go down, and it's just going to, and at some point or another, more and more people are simply going to be incapable of dumping real money back into the economy, at which point more and more and more is going to escalate. Here's the final thing. If you can only take one thing away from this little TED talk here. The stock market is the very last sign of a collapse. This is true back during the Great Depression, this was true in 2008, and this is true now. When the stock market crashes, and it will, what will happen was we have already reached the end point of the collapse. Make sense? Let me try to explain that slightly differently. A lot of people think of things as being instantaneous because it's easy to think of things that way, right? If I snap my finger, you think of that as one cohesive, one individual moment, just poop, right? But in actuality, there's a beginning and a middle and an end of that action, including the sound that it creates. It's just very, very finite. It happens very, very quickly. A lot of people think a bubble collapse, like the market imploding, is the beginning of that kind of a collapse. Excuse me, I'm saying my terminology incorrectly. The stock collapse is the beginning of a market collapse, but actually the stock collapse is the end of a market collapse. It's the last thing that's going to happen when everything finally implodes. Yeah, exactly. When did the Roman Empire fall? Well, depends on how you define it. Yeah, also, which one, while we're on the subject? Ugh. Anyway, sorry. That was something that was on my mind because I was looking into that last night. A little bit more debate in detail. As food prices are getting worse and worse, I'm sure some people have been noticing that this month. Oh yeah, there's also pumping. I don't even want to get into pumping. That's a whole other thing. Right. I guess I actually have to do the audit now. That's just... I haven't even done the boring audit yet. I'm gonna just nuke this really quick. I've saved. We're good. I don't have a speed run, so instead, let me see if I can find something here. Yeah, you're not actually supposed to pump, and you're not supposed to dump, but one of those wonderful realities is that just because something is illegal doesn't mean you can't get away with it. That's true at multiple levels of society. That's not like just a rich people thing. I was having too much fun. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hell, I'm over halfway through my lunch break. If it's not obvious, I'm just going to take a late lunch here. Okay. Yes, Mook. And we'll see how that goes. I'm actually quite curious. No, Talia. I've never even heard of it. Someone mentioned it earlier. I'm going to look that up. And Planet does not help. Planet S, maybe? Nope, that's a strategy game. It's a board game called Planet. There's a puzzle game where you merge planets. I don't know what that means, Elizar, so I don't know, is my honest answer to that. Okay, Metroid Planets. Cool. I'll come back to that. Because right now, I need to pull this up. Sorry, I'm having so much fun. I'm so far behind here. I apologize, everyone. Let's go ahead and scooch this over here. There we go. So let's see if I could speedrun the audit. Don't worry, this actually shouldn't take me long. I'm sorry, can we appreciate that for one more second? I can actually explain what they're doing because I've done this accidentally. So in Zelda 2, in the NES, it's actually physically impossible with an NES controller to have left and right as an input at the same time or up and down. The controller, the electronics will not allow it to happen. But if you're playing on, say, a mouse and keyboard, which I was back in the day, you can actually do left and right simultaneously. A very small number of games, including Zelda 2, don't deal with that well. So instead, stuff like this happens. I'm sorry. Just gotta go fast. Gotta go fast. I should probably start the audit here and not just watch this. Yep, this is lore accurate Link right here. I've often thought that a lot of the speedruns are like the lore accurate representations of Mario, Link, Mega Man. Oh, sorry, I muted myself. Ganon was like, "I'm good, I'm good. I'm just gonna say that." Well, not only that, it doesn't know how to do its screen transitions correctly because it interferes with that code. That's why you see the background loading incorrectly. It's because it's loading based off of data that isn't accurate anymore. Oh, I hate that Talia. Look, I'm in favor of Discord, I really am, but it really is a walled garden concept. There's a reason why so much of my crap is on a website. Sorry, frustration. Why the comma? Why is there a comma, Talia? I mean, when Discord inevitably implodes, which it will, they went public recently, as I think that they were trying to, that's gonna suck. I hope a lot of people are already thinking about, you know, migrating stuff off of Discord, because that's gonna suck. Death Mountain, ladies and gentlemen. This is how I remember Death Mountain. Okay, so apparently they failed to go public. Woo! I know they were trying to. Last year, actually. And I kind of fell off of keeping track of that because the world was on fire. Thank you, Talia. Okay, hang on. Pause. Before we see Link go flying here, let's look at something. Because I actually pulled up a list here of exactly what's changed in Randomizer. Here we go, Randomizer. Oh, what? Hang on. Hold on. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. I was just looking at this, and now I just lost it, apparently. Here we go. Randomizer. Okay, so let's see what's in the game in Randomizer. So, we can randomize items, spells, enemies, level costs, experience up a penalty, and palette. So, level costs varies the amount of experience you need for each level. Can be up to 25% lower or higher. Experience varies the amount of experience monsters are worth. Up a penalty Makes you lose 75% of your experience when you forcibly game over, turning it off for no experience loss. Palette will change the colors of everything, including backgrounds and fonts. Seed is obvious. So we've got basic randomization and then full randomization for items. Torches of dark rooms can be changed. Item hints will be changed off of the script. Zelda can give herself a hint. You can choose where the master key is. That's interesting. Include experience bags into randomization. Randomization will now include keys. Instead of other power-ups, you might find a key with a number. The number is the palace it'll be used on, so that's key sanity. Randomize spells. Randomize which village you find the spell, and randomize the cost of spells. Let's see. The effect... So, difficulty of monsters, as in the relative power level of them. That's strange, tell you. Change enemy spawn location, change spawners, as in which enemies respawn. Change which sponsors that are affected by Enigma. Change which enemies they'll turn into based on Enigma. Change enemy HP, change enemy damage. Change whether you start in the first or second quest. Choose your starting levels. That's actually really good. You can just decide to start at attack level 1 through 9. Same thing with magic, same thing with life. Also change which stuff you'll start with and change what spells you'll start with. Nice. You can change how many things you need to complete. You can do 6 gems and 6 balances and 12 slimes. You can also lower that. These are very good randomizer options. So that's relevant. Wait, what? Hold up. When did he get to the Grand Palace? I missed it. When did he get to the Grand Palace? Okay, so he's in Death Mountain. And now we're in the labyrinth. And now we're in the Grand Palace. Oh, yay! Yep, nope, this is the dungeon we just did. No, we died. Yeah, that's how I fall, is I go up through the wall, and... There's Thunderbird. There was Thunderbird. There's Shadow Link. Jesus Christ. We win! Okay, yep. Hang on. That took way too little time. I need a little bit more time to do the audit. Just a little more time. Here, we'll watch it live. How's that sound? 2015. It's a decent enough here.
Did you hit reset for me?
Listen, Dream Whisperer, the world's fine. It doesn't need anything. It's fine. Okay.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, they're quiet. Please tell me someone interesting is gonna be on the mic.
Means that I start with all the spells, experience levels, and sword techniques. Sorry, my brain. That I had when I previously beat the game.
Essentially the second quest. This game's version of the second quest is they start you get to keep your spells and your levels, but you have to find all the items again. First,
Now,
Hello,
the
lady.
very first thing we do in this route is a double frame perfect trick where the healer lady has this script where she knows at certain pixels, or certain subpixels, she has to turn around, walk back and forth. If you talk to her on 2 specific frames, she will get confused and turn around as she's opening her door. When she does that, open the door the wrong way, it opens up a door to nowhere. It's a hanging door that the programmers never expected. And
there it is.
And there it is.
Cool. Did you just get denied?
I don't know.
Wait,
Denied. Yep.
Well, that's unusual. That looked good.
Yeah, in this you have to exit the town to reset that, I believe.
Yeah, I've killed her.
Oh my god! Sorry. He murdered that old woman.
Alright, so I don't know why that didn't work.
Every time he attempts this, if he doesn't get the right subpixel, he has to reset that.
Now I'm missing by many frames.
You may notice he has life 4 on this save file instead of... He could have life 8 if he wanted. However, later in the run, he'll take an intentional death, and having life 4 means he'll be able to do that faster.
Hopefully he'll pull it off. I don't think I've seen this run.
He was exactly 1 frame short. Very close. 1 frame being 1/60th of a second, which is basically the basic unit of time on the NES. So these are very small windows he's trying to hit.
This is the one thing I didn't want to happen. Usually I'm roughly 20% at getting this thing.
That one was very close.
So you can do this on any of the healers, I suppose. This just happens to be the fastest one to get to.
Right, and it's also
Also-
convenient because it warps you somewhere good.
Each town, basically we're going to get a wrong warp here, and each town has a different place it can wrong warp to. This town, Rauru, takes you to King's Tomb, which bypasses some hammer gates, which is handy. Ruto Town, which is where we got the jump spell in the previous run, the wrong warp there takes you into the middle of the mountains and you're just stuck.
Oh my god. So how many more tries before I make someone behind me try it?
There it is.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, each time he enters these glitch doors, it takes him back to Glitch Town. The game never expects you to be going through this many doors, so we're actually overwriting other memory at this point. Every time he goes to the door, he's overwriting memory. Eventually, he's going to overwrite some memory related to Link's position, and now the magic happens.
So basically what he's done is achieved what we call scroll lock. Basically, you'll see that instead of scrolling, the screen will sort of stop when you start to go left, and that allows you to exit the screen at places that the game hadn't intended you to exit the screen, which is how you wrong warp. And so now you see he's jumped to Bagu's house, and now we're going to go into Palace 2 because you need that glove. Even in the most glitched category, you still need to get that glove.
He walked in that very particular pattern. That wasn't an accident. That was a way of minimizing the number of overworld encounters he got.
They wanted me there at the end, though.
And so here's glitched Palace 2.
That was just a jump over an invisible lava pit. Yeah.
So the screen will scroll right, but it won't scroll left, and that's how he's able to access these wrong warps.
And how did we figure out how to do all this? It was mostly just flat out trial and error. Play with the glitch, see where you can get to, and then find the most efficient way to get what we needed.
Yeah, wrong warps, or this trick and the glitch town and all that had been known about for quite a while. The Tassers had known. I'm not sure who discovered it, but this wasn't really used in any real-time speedruns for a long time because we always thought that you had to still get a bunch of things anyway in order to fight Thunderbird to beat the game. But once the Thunderbird skip was found, that actually made it possible to do a run of the game that skips getting all the magic containers, skips getting the Thunder Spell.
So now that we got the hammer, that lets us pick up a couple of magic containers and wrong warp to the Palace 7.
I have 0 kills, don't I?
Don't blink, you're gonna miss Death Mountain.
Wow.
He's killing enemies here to advance that 6 count because he needs a blue jar to be able to cast Fairy to pick up the hammer as fast as possible. Oh, that Death Mountain's done. Now Spectacle Rock.
So I'm going to be taking 2 hits at least here, in preparation for Death Abuse.
There's his drop.
2.5 bars, exactly enough to cast Fairy.
Glad it wasn't a 50p bag.
He's jumping over lava pits here. One missed jump is death.
All right.
So now here's an intentional death. If he did not die here, trying to leave the room would wrong warp him back into Death Mountain and cost a bunch of time. But by dying, we reset the room and we can get back.
Okay. Sorry. Let me scooch this up here. All right. My goodness. I think it's going to score a lot better than I thought it was. I need to figure out the Zelda list so far. The Zelda games have had a hell of a spread. I'll pull up the whole sheet in just a second. Is that everything? Okay. And the whole sheet is right here somewhere. Okay, here we go. So I've already got it scaled up in terms of score. This is actually funny. the Zelda games are so high in terms of their overall number that the average golden number for a Zelda game is 156. Story score. Still nothing to really write home about. It's still Zelda 2. So +4. It's net positive. It counts. That is 0.3 per hour and a ratio of 100%. Gameplay. +35. That is actually above average for a Zelda game, by the way. The average Zelda game gameplay number is 33. That is 2.62 per hour and a ratio of 84.31%, which is also quite high. Giving us a final golden number. Can I get a drum roll, please? Don't I mean +34? No, let me double check. 43 minus 8, last I checked, is 35. So, nope. So, for a bit of perspective, Zelda 2, the original, the actual Zelda 2, scored a negative 14.42. Whatever this game's called, I already forgot the name. Zelda 2R scored 95.46. For a little bit of perspective, that puts it above Wind Waker. Not by much, but that's where that lands. That puts that below Link's Awakening and above Wind Waker. That is a damned good game. That is a gargantuan jump up of over 100 points. And I stand by that. That's the final thought I wanted to give here. Because obviously there's a lot of new stuff, and almost every single dungeon in the entire game was improved. Almost everything was made more interesting or more fun or more engaging or more something. But I think the single biggest takeaway from this is the amount of negatives that were removed. Almost every single aggravation and frustration and irritation that Zelda 2 has been polished over by something. And it's not even the obvious stuff. Like, Blade Turtle asked me a couple days ago, what's it changed? And I found it hard to answer that question because a lot of times you look at this kind of a project and you want the big back of the box thing. It's like, it's improved. Why? Because of this huge change. But instead in this game, it feels like someone sat down, or several people sat down, and zoomed the camera in and figured out what precise, tiny little edits they could do that would have a substantial impact on the rest of the game, right? Like I mentioned the lives thing, even just the town thing, right? Giving the player access to be able to use the town network thing opened up the early part of the game substantially, because you don't have to go back through the cave every single time you want to get back down to Ruto, and you don't have to go through the forest, and you don't have to go through the swamp, and you don't need to wait until you've done Death Mountain to get the shortcut. So that opens up a whole lot of little side questy stuff and a whole lot of other areas you can access before you actually even start Death Mountain. Just stuff like that, right? There's a lot of details that they did very, very well. I highly recommend this game if you have any interest in it, or actually always wanted to like Zelda 2, but never quite did. I have known one developer who does that, Talia, and her name is Evo. She has actually used my system as a guideline for improving her game design. So yeah, hugely recommend. I'm going to go grab lunch. There is probably going to be a second stream, but if there is, it's going to be late. It might not be. Oh, right, guessing game. Hang on. I have it somewhere. Here it is. Okay, so the winner is... Oh my god! The winner's Takoida. But that's not surprising. Takoida has won plenty of these. The reason I'm amused by that is because Takoida wins by default. Takoida was the only one who guessed high enough to be in range. Takoida guessed a 90. That's going towards Xenosaga, Neo, and Max Payne 3. Everyone else guessed much lower. I suppose that makes sense. It is Zelda 2, after all. Or rather, it totally isn't. And on that bombshell.